check. I refused the first trip because they only told me to stay with it about 2 weeks. I said, that's not long enough. I gotta walk the road, the King Road, walk. King Jesus. Yeah. A stick of prayer in between of them, a wailing water, a wailing rod. Temple. So Crumble, I thought General the Great tore it down. What you call it, General? Alexander the Great and all the other generals come through there trying to tear it down.
You know these microphones?
Yeah.
These microphones are
Yeah.
So before, so I
Brave Diamond Empire. Russians started that. They couldn't defeat them guys in the mountain. They kept retreating. See that?
sometimes I worry about you.
My daddy would say,
Wow.
Sex to me though.
I'm all walking here, I feel like I'm getting dizzy. I'm walking in this circle.
Wow.
We just need to get you a trailer.
Yeah. Oh, I saw somebody TV come up. Bush, Joe, our president said, don't even try it. I said, what are you talking about? Don't try it. Then it went off. The TV commercial. I said, what in the world? Something must be happening. Oh. Man, you make me bigger than the TV right now. You're the first one telling me this stuff. Man, this is crazy. Man. Good God Almighty. Wait a minute, I gotta be quiet so we can learn past this talking about. I don't want to talk no more. Yeah, okay, thanks, man.
Power, there's one open spot right there.
I got you. I'm waiting on what's the name to get here. My power cord.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, real.
ain't it?
No,
Oh, he ain't know
it's
that.
usually like super up to date.
I can't believe they going that crazy right now.
So, in the first 6 hours, when I was talking with my friend from Israel, it had been 2,000 rockets. By the end of the day, it had been 5,000.
They ain't finna get no better. Netanyahu, he declared war, didn't he?
Yeah. The PM, I can't say his name right.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, he did a state of emergency and state of war, which means that they lifted a lot of their restrictions from what they normally do because there's a civilian populace in the area.
It is nasty before the war is never ended.
Yeah, they've been flying F-16 bomb strikes since the opening salvo. And now that they've lifted the restrictions and gone to war footing, they're going to be using a lot more F-16s. We're probably looking at probably B-21s, B-1s, maybe a few smaller bomber aircraft. Against a population, against an enemy like that, that's about the best you can do. Until you start rolling, what are they called? Makalev tanks through?
Yeah. It's sad when it's killing one anytime. You gotta understand, babies be caught up in that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Egypt isn't allowing Palestinians into their country right now. Saudi Arabia isn't allowing Palestinians into their country. There's no place for civilians to go.
For real? So they
Like
can't
they're-
get all the way.
Not even on citizen status.
Everybody, you said one spot left. I ain't sure. I'm just trying to get this together while. Let me just do it this way.
So do you stream or do you just record? How to record?
No, I'm from stream. I mean, I'm from hard record.
Yeah.
My bad.
You're good, actually.
Better. Let me get it together. There we go.
I'm gonna see council. So good with it.
I put this in my car in my office and I haven't gotten it.
Put the safety light on that thing. What you mean? I talked about it. You know what you got. Oh, yeah, wait, no. Okay, hold on. All right, we get that thing. Oh, wait. You sound like Donald Trump. That's what you deal with like running out
need some headphones.
Is this on? Oh.
100%. Your audio's live.
About time, they was getting happy, thought they would have to call it off, hit the gavel down. All that junk. Come on, break it up before. Campus, they on the main one. We didn't thought we was gonna break up the form.
I don't know, they might have to set you up there so you can get this gavel.
Yes, dear.
Yeah, I can plug mine up right now. I'm just waiting on one to bring my charge.
Because it's dead as a doornail, child. I only need it on there about 30 minutes for it to get, you know. Thank you.
No problem.
call the Special Affairs Committee of Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk. Mr. May.
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. McCarthy? Present. Ms. Burns? Present. Ms. Michelle?
Present.
Ms. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. There are 6 members present. There are 6 members present. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
When I look at this agenda, you know, I think at the end of each agenda should be council discussion. And I want discussion at the end of these resolutions, to discuss a special meeting as it relates to the ARPA fund.
Mr. Mays, can we put that after appointments?
Yeah, the appointments.
Okay, I'll order that.
Prior to adjourn.
Yep, I'll go ahead and, order that without objections. Is there any other additions? I would like to drop 230324, the requested administration. We have not accepted the, grant funds for that, this expense is coming from them.
Request for information, what is that?
It's on the bottom of page 3, 230324.
324.
Yes, sir.
I would object, because I would rather move it back to the committee. I want to see what they come out anyway.
Okay,
If you drop it, it'll come up with what?
Yep.
Another 30 days will be on the committee.
we have to accept the funds first, that's all.
So, you
Okay. So there is a, objection to dropping 230324, as requested by the administration. I make a motion to drop 230324. Is there support? And that's the DLC Engineering Services for Cedar Street
Madam
Reservoir.
Chair,
Yes.
yeah, I make a motion to move it back to committee. So moved.
Mr. Mays, I have a motion on the floor already. I made the motion to drop it.
Who made it?
I did.
I thought you asked for.
No, I made the motion. Is there support? Support? Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to drop 230324. I just have to check my cheat sheet. So that is to postpone definite. It's one round, 3 minutes per council member.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
this is engineering dealing with the Cedar Street Reservoir pump station. We're not gonna get around discussion on it. I don't care if the administration wanna drop it. I've asked for updates on the wastewater side and the, reservoir side. Those updates that came, this is part of the, repairs to the pump station and stuff that's been going on for years. So they might request you to drop it with no discussion. I'm requesting that it be back in the committee and that they give us an update. So I'm not gonna vote to drop it and let it go away and then I see in the news, oh, we did a fantastic job. This, that, you know, I'm not buying that. So I won't be voting to drop it, but I will vote to discuss what's going on in all those areas in committee.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing, seeing none, roll call vote, Madam Clerk, to drop 230324. Mr. Mays.
No.
Lewis, is that in? Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley? Yes. Ms. Williams Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Ms. Spicer?
No.
Ms. Williams is not in. Vote is 3 yes, 4 no. Vote is 3 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. Mr. Mays, you had an alternate motion?
Madam Chair, my concern has been made, and I don't know how we're gonna get it done, and I'm not here just to waste time and test people on their vote. It needs discussion. You and Ms. Mashat and Murphy is running back, so, you know, what do you suggest? I've said what I have to say.
It's up to the body.
Now it's up to 3 people. Madam Chair, I move that this go back to the appropriate committee. I think it would be finance, and I so move.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send it back to finance.
Support.
Support. And to refer to committee, 1 round, 3 minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please. Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Jack? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Williams is not in. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. No, that is referred back to committee. It's now time for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council on any subject. I want you to note that the screens that face you are not working. So listen to the buzzer, because that will be the end of your time. Go ahead.
Thanks for the information, Madam Chair. My name is Ira Mitchell. And for the record, Madam Chair, to you about the situation in the Middle East. I already stated the statement last week about, I didn't know all this would happen until your nephew informed me what happened. He's one of the commander-in-chiefs over there in the Middle East, and he said, I had to stop him from telling me stuff because if my people to call by the name and pray and humble themselves there, Eric, the king of Jerusalem said that, but I saw the president on TV at McDonald's this flash. He said, told the UN to stay out of it. It's a family affair. If you jump into this fight, family fight, you're gonna be dealt with, and then they cut it off. That's President Biden. But while he just said that, just like now, your nephew informed me that 700 Israelis got killed, and the other, about 800 got killed on the other side. He just like Obama, coming to Flint and drinking that water from the little girl over in Northwestern on Company Road. Say one thing and do another, but all the way over there trying to get the uranium field, and he told me how many his troops there he is over there. Your little nephew, you know who he is. But I thought loose lips sink ships. I had to stop him in his tracks. I said, wait till I get over there, sir. He had like Israel was finna get dealt with. Like you toting them pistols and then like you walking in, talking about, yeah, I might drop it and the thing go off. Good thing was burned in here, and all that stuff. And you and the school teacher inciting violence and Murphy adorning that stuff, taking the lawnmower and all that stuff. And look at him over there looking intelligent, looking like one of the outlaws, Assalamu Alaikum brothers. But they right on, brothers, right upside your head or right up to the posture. In the real, in the Middle East, anyway, your nephew got me stirred up because supposed to be Christians. Talking about you scared to go to church. All them creative Christians, talking about why you going to church every Sunday, sir. Them little, whatever it is, heathen running through the neighborhood. I be waiting for the bus stop to run and walk on me and all that stuff and think somebody's scared to do something to them. Come in. Drop. What you like you? What you say something out, Miss Priestley? I mean, how many more minutes again?
17 seconds.
17 seconds. And another thing, America, schools out. Miss, whatever her name, you come into your council, lady, and back up if you want to. I dare y'all come in here. Yeah, talk, you the generation, whatever y'all is, they can.
Any other people who wish to address council?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Armena Powell. I'm from Flint, Michigan. I'm kind of short. I'm from Flint, Michigan. This is my hometown. Only thing I want to address with all y'all, from all councilmen, we got one reason I see, but two. They're not here, y'all can tell them how I feel. I feel like it's deep down inside all y'all hearts. Look at the big picture, what's going on in Genesee County, all over. East side, north side, west side, south side. Everybody's neighborhood needs to be taken care of, not just one. And when y'all know y'all got senior citizens, got the blue cap on their roof, and basement been flooded, got stuff coming in. Everybody can afford homeowners insurance or insurance. Right now, they very high. But do right by the people, the residents, because they the one paying y'all guys to check, because they paying taxes. And they pick you guys to make the best decision for them to run this city. And how can any of y'all sleep knowing that people out here suffering? Even the schools are. And the thing is, to me, just go deep down inside your heart and put yourself in other people's shoes that's out here in those positions. And put yourself in that shoe and think about, hey, if I was in that decision, how would I feel? How would I act as a councilman? All I'm saying, y'all need to work together, and then a lot of y'all councilmen, she not here, and that one not here, she's always eating ice when all y'all other councilmen speak, especially Dennis Pfeiffer. Everybody wanna roll their eyes, don't pay attention to them, they in their phone, or they on Facebook too. Me personally, if I was have to run this place right here, I would tell all y'all, no phones. Because how can y'all pay attention to your colleagues when they talking, when y'all head through certain ones talking, y'all put your head down, y'all go to doing other stuff. You're not even paying attention to what they saying. And then everybody nationwide is watching. Yes, we are. The kids are too. Teenagers. This is embarrassing. And then when y'all give criticism, some of y'all don't like to give criticism. Y'all give it, but when they give it back to y'all, y'all kind of accept it. Y'all get mad. Y'all want to call the officer right there in the corner all the time on us because you can't take the truth. Truth hurts. So she need to do better. Liddell Lewis, she need to start giving Eva Worthy some warnings, second, third, like she do us people in this crowd. She don't give her nothing, and then she act like she don't hear what she say. She doesn't. And Murphy, I know your whole family, we grew up in the neighborhood on Wall Street. I know I've been part of that Dewey Park thing. I just got this on my head, you don't, right? Be honest. Take in your heart. Don't take up for your friends. That's all I'm just saying. Don't take up when you know they're wrong.
Thank you. Any other person wishing to address council?
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Wright. I reside at 228 West Patterson. I am here for two reasons. First, I thought I was 5th Ward. I've just been recently told that the wards have been changed. I don't understand how or why, being that that's something that we as citizens vote on, to have whoever we have as our representative for our ward. I think that's some crap. That y'all just switched everything without telling us or notifying us or giving us an opportunity to do like we normally do, vote on it. Because whoever y'all gave us, we don't know who it is. I don't even know what ward I am anymore. I was 5th Ward. I don't know what it's been switched to or who I've been switched to. But I think we, as citizens, taxpaying citizens, should know who our person is that represents us and why it's all been switched around. Secondly, the ARPA funds, where are they? What has happened? No one has gotten anything, or we're not getting any information. I filled out for some help with my roof. I haven't gotten any information stating yay or nay, or we are or we aren't, nothing. I need to know what's going on. As a citizen, I think I have that right.
That's right.
And that's a lot of money. Where'd it go? It's been months, and ain't nobody said nothing. Everybody passing the buck or keeping the buck. That's all I got to say.
Use that money, don't get money.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Oh, Lord. Still work down.
To the council, presiding officer, my name is Reverend Freelon Threlkel Jr., 214 East Pulaski, 485. I come down to always try to encourage our leadership. Being a leader in our community and pastoring over some 32 years, preaching 39 years, been around Flint a long time, 1953, the year of the tornado in Beecher District. So I've seen a lot of sunrises and sunsets. But my plea and prayer to all of you is to exercise your right as representing the constituents who voted you in.
Amen.
I try to study politics, better known as poli-sci, to understand the council and the mayor. I'm proud of Flint. I know a lot of people say, Reverend, you came, Flint ain't gonna be like it used to be. I don't know why not. I'm paying taxes. I pay our summer taxes before my winter taxes come.
Yep.
The city has always take my money, but always hard to give money.
Yeah.
When I was in the General Motors working the union, we had a slogan, taxation without representation.
Go ahead now. Go ahead.
I'm a resident of Flint. I live on the north end, Pulaski. I lived across the street from the late Chester Simmons, who was an outstanding council person. McCree, the Duncan brothers, and even Del Rico.
Go ahead.
But the point I want to make, my brothers and sisters, look at here. It's time for us to stop playing games. Just like somebody said, when we talk about money, people start acting funny. I don't mind people getting money, but long as I get my share. I've been owning my home for over 40 years. I bought a home in 1963 on a 30-year mortgage. Didn't know no better, but it was my home. Paid for it 3 times. But right now, my little 40 by 100, I need renovation.
Amen.
Just do your job.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's crazy.
Claire McClinton, resident, City of Flint. Again, we're asking that the council make a motion and pass a resolution to add additional $16 million to home repair and improvement.
All right.
That's not a lot of money out of $94 million. And we've been asking and asking, and we're demanding because you are our representatives. And we've been asking and asking for that. I'm under the impression that you all are going to do some special meetings and sit down and do that heavy lifting and get all this money stuff together. How many meetings has it been where someone, like this resident back here, haven't said something about a roof or something about home repair?
Yes, ma'am.
Amen.
And if you was to pass that tonight, they couldn't get started till next spring. He was encouraged to hear Mr. Bryan, the $1 million man from Ernst & Young, when asked if the city could issue RFPs to get this work done. And he gave the impression that that could happen. And we've been saying over and over again, we don't need to give ARPA money, all our ARPA money to the 501c3s.
Amen.
Amen.
They got the water money.
Amen.
Let this be our money.
Yes.
What is for?
Now let's get real. You all are the decision makers about this money. But you feel comfortable giving away your power to a committee. You're the ones that's elected.
That's right.
You feel comfortable giving our money to the 501c3s. They got plenty money during the water crisis that the residents did not see.
Amen. That's true.
Can't miss.
That's true.
So, just a couple of other points. The opioid money being used for a water station over there at Huntington Bank, that is not acceptable. Opioid, what that got to do with opioid?
Amen.
When we have asked for you to hire counselors to go out with the police to mitigate and intervene in mental issues, family issues, and things like that. What do we need another to pay a bill we can't afford?
Amen.
And Landmark already, you can already take your bill to Landmark and pay it. Now this is just ridiculous. Is there any vision around here?
Thank you.
And just one closing part, support the UAW, thank you.
Go ahead. Anyone else? Okay.
Chair.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Simpson. I think I live in like
I live in the house that I was born in, which was purchased in 1968. I got delinquent on my taxes, and I spoke with Deb Cherry, because I was supposed to be able to purchase the house at the auction. She decided to put the house in an occupied bundle, and she told me that no one will buy the occupied bundle, and gave me a number to land bank so I could purchase the house from land bank. But someone purchased the occupied bundle, so I just received a letter from 2B Real Estate, a company that bought the occupied bundle, and I had to speak with them Friday. The letter I received was on the 1st. I had 7 days from the letter to reach out to them so I could discuss rental options because they are the new owners. But I have lived in the house I'll be 33 Thursday. I've been there for 33 years. And I have remodeled the house completely. And if I wanted to buy the house from the auction, but when I spoke with Deb Cherry and whoever, I'm not sure who, she had called me back and got me and my children's names who live in the house and said that she would give it over to land bank so I could have the first option to buy the house, but the house hasn't been purchased. And so I think Liddell Lewis is my councilman, but if anybody, the mayor, or anybody can assist me in any kind of way, I appreciate it. I can't. I'm gonna help her.
We can't respond right now.
Okay, well, this is my first time coming out, so I don't know. Am I done?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, it's now time for council to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, to the young lady, yeah, ma'am, you just spoke to us, I'm trying to respond to you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Let me say this. I got a call last week about that bundle being purchased probably for the first time in the history of the city of Flint. They thought when they put it in bundles, and say for instance, if the open bid was $1 million, nobody would bid on it. But you got folks coming in here buying property.
Yes.
Probably 3, 4, 5 years back, I tried to come up with a way where the city could get property and help and give it and keep our own property. Now they've learned something. I'm gonna have our department, legal, planning, look at it. Emily Doe, I hope you're listening to it.
That's right.
Because I'm hearing that bundle was bought. Good houses and bad houses. Some big shot that came in here. And they're probably not gonna give you the same opportunity that the city and or the land bank would. It's gonna be a mess. And it's gonna mess up the land bank's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll leave my seat and talk to you. I'm sure that young lady who you was talking to will give you accurate information. I'm familiar with her.
Okay.
But I'm glad you came and raised that issue.
Okay.
Because from the legal department, the plan, to the land bank, to the county treasurer, we better take a closer look at this.
Yes.
It's a wake-up call. I'm gonna talk to you. Under these stupid rules in the old days, we could stand and talk. This group gotta change the rules.
Okay.
When people come down here, we gotta be able to talk back with them.
Amen.
This is the
Amen.
stupidest rule
Yes,
of
it is.
not being able to talk to residents. We will talk.
Yes, because I have been dealing with Mr. Davis,
Thank you,
before.
Mr. Davis.
Listen to it. We'll talk.
Thank you,
Tell us
Mr.
when
Davis.
it's time you want to say something.
Anyone else who'd like to do council response? Mrs. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for coming forth with your insight, your issues and concerns. I would like to say to Ms. Clara McClendon, I did not vote for that ARPA budget, nor did I vote for that illegal 12-member ARPA committee.
Wow.
And I'm gonna tell you why I didn't vote for that ARPA budget, because I felt like more money should have been put in the line item of home improvements. $5 million, that's not gonna do it.
That's right.
When we have so many residents in this city that need new roofs and all other home repairs.
That's right.
And I would urge my colleagues to let's talk about, let's do it.
That's right.
Let's put more money into that line item.
Yes, amen, amen.
So that was one of the reasons I didn't vote for that ARPA budget, among other things. I felt like the whole ARPA process, it was not transparent.
Amen.
And yes, I am one that have been abstaining my vote because I need transparency.
Amen.
If I'm going to vote on anything, for the young lady, Miss Mary, Miss Wright, you do live in the second ward, but I gave you my card. Please call me.
Thank you. Any other council member? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Arlen mentioned,
Yeah.
you are correct, there is a war that's about to start overseas, and it's unfortunate. But all politics are local, and there's a war starting now. There's council people that want to start a race war.
Amen.
And it's unfortunate because, you know, I'm getting threats from across the nation.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm getting threats locally. I had a conversation with FBI today.
What?
I'm under 24-hour security.
Wow. That's not
It's
right.
unfortunate. There's folks on this council that are perpetrating this race war. They didn't get the answer that they wanted locally, so they took it national. And there will be defamation lawsuits. There will be criminal prosecutions.
Oh, no.
Amen.
If there's a Facebook post and it's on a group, that group administrator will be named in a defamation lawsuit. I am not playing around. I am not playing around. And anybody that wants to sit here and be complicit to the safety of my family, you got another thing coming.
Oh.
That's not right.
You want to know where I am? Come to my motherfucking front door.
Good. God Almighty.
I feel his pain. I feel him. I feel your pain, baby. I feel it. Let him take a break, y'all. Let him take a break. He need a break right now. For real. They put his kids on there. That's not right.
Wow.
That's not right. Let him cool off. Go out there with him. One of y'all go out there with him. That's not right. They caused all this and not even you. Take a recess.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna take a recess.
Okay. So, is there any other council response?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
That's not right.
Um,
I'll be 50
I want to thank all the speakers who spoke. To Claire Clinton, I support the UAW.
Thank you.
And hopefully things will get resolved sooner than later.
Thank you.
The ARPA committee took a lot of us by surprise. I was not aware of the ARPA committee, so I wasn't part of that. So even though I know, but I do know the buck stopped here.
That's right.
So even though the ARPA committee was formed, I never in my mind thought that the ARPA committee form, whether they made recommendations to the mayor and administration. The resolutions come before us, and it's up to us what we want to do. So regardless whether they created a committee or not, it comes to us, and we make the final decision. As far as the money for the housing, I think we do need way more money to fix houses. I know I'm getting calls all the time in the 3rd Ward of residents who been calling me and asking, when can I apply for a roof? This lady lives on Stewart Street. She got a tarp on her roof, but she needs a new tarp until something come up. She got her taxes and all of that stuff cleared up. So we just waiting to see, and she gonna be one of my examples of trying to get some help.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. To our chair, it is tense in here, so we could allow some leeway to the residents and to the council to please, to wrap up. We need to, everyone's tense. And that is, people don't know what Councilman Fiver has been going through. He's went through what I've been through. And so when your children are put up and you're threatened to be killed, and this is often the same person that certain council members share their Facebook posts. They're friends. I don't have friends like that. Even if I don't care for you when it comes to children, adults, or minors, they're off limits. They're off limits. We understand what we are when we decide to run for office. Flint has the nastiest politics ever. It's nasty. It is dangerous at this point. So we talk about how he's feeling, how he feels. I wouldn't come. I told him don't come today. I wouldn't have come to him. Ms. Claire,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I got Ms. Claire reporting. I did not vote for the ARPA budget. I don't know if she's gone. Oh, sorry. I thought you were there. I didn't vote for, 3 of us abstained because it was not transparent, it was secretive, it was not forthcoming, and now all of those things that we've been saying have come to fruition. And until we get, and I did ask for that bundle, so we're bundling things so we don't see what is actually in there. A lot of that, when I was speaking with Judy at the last meeting, it was going to be rolled in as revenue loss. This process should be the most transparent process ever, and it's not. The reason why it's not flowing is because it's not transparent. You got to figure out how to get it to these other organizations. I'm not in agreement with it, but do I ask that you please give people some leeway this while you're chairing?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the public? Ms. Boucher?
Yeah, thank you to everyone that came and spoke. Thank you for everyone that attends these meetings, whether we agree or disagree with your opinion, whatever you feel about it. But this is the thing that we've been saying time and time again. When we do this, we keep saying these are professional meetings and all of this stuff. People come, you come with your cameras, and you make sure everybody's face is on camera, and this is entertainment to you all. But we keep explaining that people are watching across the nation. And there are some personalities that you all can incite to violence while you're trying to get likes and views. We are sitting up here, and I believe my colleagues are trying to do what they feel is best for what they feel their ward has commissioned them to do when they come and represent each of the 9 wards. And so now we're in a dangerous climate to where you have all of these personalities who a lot of people don't even necessarily live in Flint, but they'll come and they'll do all these threats. Because in addition to, and I'm just finding out today that one of my colleagues is receiving death threats, I have 3 other colleagues that have also received death threats. I've had more than one colleague whose children have been put on social media. It's like at some point in time, we have to understand why you're adjusting cameras to make sure people's faces are in the cameras. You're putting up all these pictures, all this personal information. Is there a lot of people who are not from Flint who are willing to come to Flint and hurt us? Who are willing to, I don't think you understand what it takes to sit up here. And so I just ask you all that when you do this, please do this with the thing of making sure that your intent is truly to get information out here, not for likes and views or to turn a whole country on this person or that person or those people. Because at the end of the day, whether we sit up here or not, we are still basically risking our lives at this point. And I know you all think that it's not that serious, but for us, it's very serious. This is, as we can see, this is literally becoming life and death for people and their families. So that's just something to consider.
I'll take my time. I want to denounce any death threat against any council member and the incitement of the violence. I know Mr. Pfeiffer very well. He has done everything he could to have no appearance of discrimination or racial tension. Watching the video of what happened that night, he was very frustrated and trying to get the words out, and we all get tongue-tied. We all get tongue-tied. It was a total misspoke. He would never use a racially rich term towards anybody, regardless of how he feels towards that person. Never. There are people on this council who have called each other names. And they profess to be Christians. But let's face it, Flint is on the map for our council meetings. My nephew sits there and rolls on the floor laughing at this council. My nephew. My 50-year-old nephew, who loves me very much. We have a council member who went up to the Upper Peninsula on her job. And it interfered with her job because somebody recognized her names. Let's get some civility back on this council. And let's protect each other. And remember, kids are off limits, and so are council members. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a motion?
I move to accept, to move the consent agenda to council.
Okay, it's been moved to, is there a second? Is there support? Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send the consent agenda to council. Are there any separations?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to separate 230-281.1.
Yeah.
230-304. 230-320. 230-328. 230-329. 230-334. 230-343.1.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
That, we're going to amend 230343 to 23034.3.1, so it's not something that is that.
It's already 0.1.
It was not. it's the same as the 2303430.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we'll bring that up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I'm not going to put that as separate. Did you separate 230343, right? Okay. 230343, you separated.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
that 23034.1 on the agenda under your rules, you're not allowing discussion on the consent agenda. I'm thinking that needs to be separated if it is on the agenda.
All right, Mr. Mays, I'll separate it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on page one. Any other separations? Mr. Murphy? Yeah, he's still. Did you have?
No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'd like to separate 20319. I would like to separate,
Good. Request information.
What's your request?
I'm gonna go slower for them to see what page that.
That's on page 3, about the middle of the page.
And that's
second one down.
230319.
319.
Yes, sir.
And Madam Chair, you do know request information is good to speak.
Yes, I do. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I think that the rest of these are going to be appointments that are on here. I want to separate all things our book. Because we did not get the, I don't see in this packet the information we requested.
I think everything's been separated now for ARPA.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Burns.
I would like to separate under appointments, 230352. Let me see. Actually, I would like to separate. There's another appointment. Several of these appointments, because I think we need to find out. I think I want to separate all of the appointments, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other separations? Okay, the consent agenda consists of the following resolutions. 230312, 230331, and 230341. Roll call vote, Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter? Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Blackburn, no. William, is absent. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Lewis is absent. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Those resolutions will be sent to council. 230-281.1. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll, entertain the motion to move this, 230-281.1.
There's a motion on the floor to send 230-281.1 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy first, and then Mr. Mays.
Thank you. Once again, with this, RS Kids program, good gesture to, want to give $1 million towards kids, but I also, have watched Yvonne come down to the city council for years, even when former Karen Weaver was in office, and I was watching her consistently. She even brought groups of people down here to talk about the House of Esther. She also was helping pregnant women and been trying hard, and I know her heart means well for what she's trying to do. I visited the House of Esther. Matter of fact, I took some furniture in there for my mom and them group when they did whatever they was doing to decorate the room. So to see someone like Yvonne consistently, not just 1 week, just coming to city council and to advocate for the building. And we ain't always agreed on the process and how it took place, but she was consistent coming to city council. Then they put it up for sale, and the sale, the asking price for the building was way more than what the original asking price was for the House of Esther. And then when Dr. Mona came before the podium, and I like Dr. Mona, and she's done great work, and she's one of the pillars in the community, and I won't never take away all the work that she has done. When I asked that we split the $1 million and put $500,000 to House of Esther, and then they keep $500,000 for them, that way we both win. And I said, well, you guys can serve as the fiduciaries. Therefore, she ain't got to worry about how she gonna administer her $500,000 for House of Esther. Because if they gonna give y'all $1 million, Dr. Mona, y'all already got something set in place where they gonna be able to cut the check and give y'all the funds. So they can cut y'all a check for $1 million, and half of $1 million, the $500,000 be administered to help Yvonne, whether it's to purchase the building, a House of Esther, or whether it's to do the renovation. $500,000 would have took them a long way. Yeah. For what they was trying to do for House of Esther. And my good conscience, I cannot sit here as a city council person that is responsible for allocating ARPA funds and see myself give $1 million to Dr. Mona and they group, which they already in addition get additional funding. So regardless whether we give them $1 million or not, they still gonna be able to move forward with the program. And I'm not against the program. What I'm against is the fact that Yvonne has been coming to this city council for years,
Faithfully.
even when Karen Weaver was the mayor. And we've done nothing to support trying to get her in the building on north end of Flint on Pearson Road. And here we is gonna turn around and vote on giving somebody $1 million that has been bringing in millions and been getting millions of dollars to do great things in the community. So I'm not taking it away from what they're doing. What I'm saying is let us all eat.
Yes, right.
And if Mona, Dr. Mona and her group, the RS group, can eat, let Yvonne group eat, and let's see what we do. Let's see if we have the willpower to say, okay, give her 500,000 and then give that 500,000. If somebody or the administration of the opera committee or whatever would have came to me and be like, what you think? And I'm thinking, I don't ever remember saying we was gonna give them $1 million in the allocation of the opera dollars. So if we, only how I support that is if we split it. Other than that, I'm not going with giving this to this. So y'all can move it to city council, but I did put a motion to move it to council. That don't mean I'm voting for it.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I want to remind members of the audience that this is a business meeting. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mays, yes, I have you written down.
Yeah, I want to remind the chair that the audience ain't our name, and we need to kind of focus on this business. That's what's been bothering us.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Clap, whatever. That's really just how audience been acting for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Now, I will move on to what I want to talk about on this resolution, and I hope that we don't get into the silliness of what I'm saying is not germane. That would bog us down to, because it is. I've heard what Mr. Murphy said, and there's 6 of us sitting up here. So that means if he ain't gonna vote to move it to council, and I don't vote to move it to council, no matter what the other folks do, it ain't moving to council.
All right now.
And now one council person is missing because of, I'm gonna call it frustration. I'm gonna call it frustration, but I'm gonna also highlight something that's germane to this vote count, taking care of city business. You know, people from Gretchen Whitmer to other elected officials can get threats. I've actually been beat up, physically assaulted, and ain't nobody did nothing.
That part.
There was no crying out.
Sure was.
It's a different treatment and a different feeling, Ms. Priestley, when I hear you with such compassion for a colleague.
Yeah.
Now, I wish he would come back and vote on these important issues, but I understand the frustration, because I actually went to Hurley Hospital. Police ain't did nothing. The administration been a part of it, and I'm black sitting on the north side, and it's like, do black elected officials' lives matter? I got family too. I've been threatened about in the street. I've been threatened about where I go. And this happened at a club. It's real. What people say and do up here towards you can affect you and your family.
Yes, it will.
And some of the ones who do it, talking out in the street and how you gonna act in the street, it's amazing. Excuse the pun. It's amazing. And then now we've got all these separations and special affairs. I've been criticized for separating stuff in special affairs. Accused of holding up the meeting, making it go on because I separate. By the person who separated the most on this agenda, Mr. Murphy. So y'all lay off of me. Don't beat me up no more and send me to the hospital. Don't wrongfully remove me for 30 days for cussing, just like the white folks cuss. Same word. Cut it out. Don't separate in special affairs. Let it go to council meeting. Get out here by 5:30. Start on time and do your business. Yeah. I just look at the hypocrites, the dysfunction. And I know I was blessed with a brain. I know I can provide leadership because I'm going to talk about it. And I'm going to be germane. All of what I'm talking about, council people missing in action, starting on time, doing separations, getting beat up, getting threatened. It's all germane to the business in front of us now. So, ready for these ARPA funds to be piecemeal approved. I'm ready to have a working meeting. I made a motion, Ms. McGlynn, to increase the home improvement 15 million. I took in forms from residents like yourself, ma'am, who turned them into city council office when I was president, and 6 members voted that used them forms for the initial request form, and some of them same 6 act like, that ain't a real form.
Yeah.
Those people that do that. Now I will find out today if what somebody called me on the radio was about is true. That's the real deal. I want to hear about
Thank you,
this new
Mr. Mays.
application.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other
Mr. Grant.
discussion? Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Your energy is really important for this meeting, please. Because the last meeting, you had words with me. And we did not finish that.
Oh my God.
Which we need to take care of that. Because everything, and it keeps rolling over. Allow these residents who are here to say what they want to say. And let's just, there's enough that's going on. Everybody doesn't even know. But we're feeling your vibe. You may be going through something, but let's not take them just saying little words or whatever. It happens. It's not being disruptive. I do want to say this with our ex-kids. I believe we can give Dr. Molis program $1 million, and we can take some money from somebody else's program. We have the ability to do that. And House of Esther was not asking for $500,000. It was nice. They were giving the city $108,000. They were giving the city. They weren't even asking for any ARPA funds at first, and she did not fulfill that because she had gotten frustrated. She doesn't need a fiduciary because she is in good standing. I know it says she didn't have her taxes. People pulled up the donors' properties. They pulled up his tax returns. And still and yet, he still comes and she still comes. And so does the people who are Christians, Councilwoman Priestley. Since we talk about good Christians, to support babies. So we can do both, but will we have the will to do both? Now, I'm quite sure she'd like a little extra money. She might need $500,000, maybe $200, $150. But we can do things as a body if we stick together. Besides hating each other, we got hate down real good. We don't need any more help with that. But when we talk about this program, this is not a welfare program. Taking care of children is never welfare. It is not a handout, it's a hand up, and it provides support. When you're a mom, you have things that come up. That first year, daycare is astronomical. My best friend is paying for her daughter's daycare. Her daughter makes $38 an hour. Daycare, I think at St. Paul is $900 a month. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's not ridiculous because you're getting good care. So how would these parents spend this money for our kids? We need to help them without them using the proper way. They're not criminals. No, we want to help these people, help them with resources, because that's what's lacking in our community. We didn't ask on that. I put that spreadsheet up for almost $1 billion. We did not nickel and dime when all that money came in from the water prices. The people who were already rich, we weren't counting. We weren't nickel and dime. We shouldn't nickel and dime children that the streets keep getting a hold of. That first year, I have always supported nursing and taking care of the babies, breast milk. And I'm not talking about somebody who I nursed 3 children and lacked to make sure you get the proper nutrition, and then help my sisters. I did it when it wasn't even cold. I did it, it was not convenient. So these babies, we can give them something. If she's already procuring or has procured funds and she's going to procure more, this is a program we're investing in our own community. And I can't see a better investment than children. children. Now, Yvonne's program, you know I love that program. I love it, I love it, I love it. And maybe we can take it as something to her program also. But the $1 million we talked about single parent, and I don't know what we're gonna do, you friends with my cousin David. And they really don't like it used to. Young moms get stuck in these homes, these renters, or some of them are slumlords, and they don't have, they can't afford rent or a nice place, or to send their kids to school. We have 12,000 children go outside of our school district to school. These parents, and 3,000 go inside our districts. Parents will need to take their kids to daycare and school. This will help the parents, the moms, the babies. It's welfare. I'm offended for it to say welfare. This isn't a race thing, because poverty has no color. Whether you're black, white, Latino, if you're poor, you're poor.
Amen.
Yes, amen.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Same. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Steph.
Again, and Mr. Murphy, I do want to say that I hear what you're saying, and I do hear, you have to read about what you're saying about the housing investor, but I will have to agree with my colleague in the 6th Ward, and I've said before, the fact that I do believe that it is possible to make sure that these mothers with this program receive this funding, and that we can still look out for the house investor as well if they meet everything that Councilwoman Burns said. I don't feel like there needs to be well, you all can't have this money because they can't have this money, because we know when we look at these numbers and everything that both are possible. So I would just urge you to consider the possibility of both.
That it? Oh my God.
Okay, any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
This is the second round.
Yeah, this is not the second round. Is there any other discussion? Now it's the second round. Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Brian Dozensky, Mr. Clyde Edwards, and Ms. Green and Emily Jordan, y'all approached tonight.
Wow.
Did Mr. Edwards leave, Ms. Green? Look, it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. This resident who spoke in public speaking, she can speak for herself if I call her. She put in one of them initial request forms, and you put it in on the 3rd floor of City Hall. It was about 700 of them. Ms. Green, you say all 700 has been contacted?
We're still in the process of
Could
contacting.
you raise the mic?
We're still in the process of contacting.
You're still in the process, and what are y'all telling them 700 people?
We're telling them how to contact the organizations and sign up for it to get their house fixed.
Do they have a address on those initial request forms?
The ones that you guys had, I haven't seen the forms.
Okay, well, I've seen them. They've got a name and address.
Yeah.
I'm gonna request that they get a letter. I'm gonna request that they get a letter on what y'all talking to them about. Ms. Edwards, I'm asking you come forward. I want a paper trail that they've been contacted.
I agree. We do have that.
I don't want somebody to call them on the phone. I want a paper trail. Paper trail, we can't both talk at the same time. What did you say?
I said we do have a paper trail.
Okay, I'm gonna request a letter. I'm not buying the Priestley's and the Liddell Lewis's and the people who voted on that initial request form and said it meant nothing. Oh, it meant a lot. And they dated. If the money don't run out, and I want first come, first served. If they gotta do an additional application, I want that given to them in a letter.
Yeah.
Mr. Edwards,
There it is.
do you know that those 700 people have been contacted? I'm hearing that they have. What has it been by phone, email? Do you know?
I don't personally know.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ms. Anthony Dorr, do you know?
been done by the Office of Public Health through that staff.
Okay, Mr. Douglas, do you know?
Also not the Office of Public
Well,
Health.
my God, $1 million man.
Okay, Ms. Green, are you with the Department of Public Health and whoever's contacting them, you know they've been contacted?
Yes, I do.
And do you know whether a letter has been sent to them?
Yes, they have a script that they call.
Okay, can you show me the letter that's been sent out to those
I don't have it with me,
people?
but I can get it.
Hold up, we can't both talk. I'll move for more time, but can you show me a letter, not a script? I want to see a letter that's been sent to those folks.
I don't have it with me, but we do have one.
Do you know if a letter has been sent out?
Yes, they have.
Okay, I want a copy of that letter. When can you get me a copy of the letter that's been sent?
In the morning.
In the morning? Okay, I look forward to it. Get it to my office, and our staff will put a copy of that letter in my mailbox.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna use that letter, because I'm gonna call them 700 people in, and one of them is right here. Come on, Madam Chair.
It's a process. It's a lot of applications.
Madam Green, let me do this my way with my little measly 5 minutes, because I'm gonna call a special meeting. Okay, madam, did you get a letter yet?
I have not received a phone call nor a letter.
Okay, well, keep waiting, because
Okay.
we're hearing on the record there's gonna be a letter sent out, and they're in the process of doing that. And then I'm gonna make sure that we've got all the addresses and files. I'm gonna have our staff go back in and send a letter out, invite everybody to a special meeting.
Sounds good.
And in that special meeting, if there's additional paperwork and application, I'm gonna make sure them 700 get it. Can you attend a meeting like that?
Absolutely.
On a Friday,
I'll be here.
on a Saturday?
I'll be here. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I'll be here.
Okay, and Davina, we've got the whole file with addresses, correct? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Administrator.
Any other discussion? In the second round, any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call vote to send resolution 230-281.1 to council. Ms. Whitaker Clark. 230-281.1. Or excuse me.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd? Yes. Mr. Mays?
Abstain until we can get some more order in this, ARPA fund, allocation of money and get some understanding. I'm not gonna piecemeal it for those reasons. I abstain at this time on this resolution.
Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. The vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That motion fails.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, through you to the clerk, what happens with this resolution, if it's still here in special affairs? It'll come back in special affairs?
Typically, when you make a motion that fails, someone might make a second motion, but if we've been trying this to fail, then it fails.
To move the council. When can it come up again, do you know? It can come up in committee, it can come up, where?
No, it would come back to special affairs, it would, we would do that.
That's what I figured, so I'm not gonna waste time, making a motion to postpone it back to special affairs. I'm gonna let it do what it do. And I'll wait to see what my colleagues do, because I'm starting to get serious about these ARPA funds, and I'm not gonna let people cut lines and, do $1 million here, $2 million there. And so I hope folks don't come to council meeting. I hope Worthing and Liddell just don't do their job. I hope folks do get frustrated, because I'm gonna have a lot to say.
said is going to happen to this now? Now, does it stay here in special affairs? Thank you.
Okay, now for, to 230304, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll let you move.
Point of order, Madam
What's
Chair.
your point, Mr. Miss?
My point is, we still on 230281.1. Y'all just got it rigged where you, once a motion fails, you don't want to have any discussion. I'm thinking you would ask, is there any other motions before you move on?
Mr. Murphy, go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay.
I'd like to move 230304 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to move 230304 to council. Is there support? Yes, there's support. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move 230304 to council. Any discussion? Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I wanted to discuss the ARPA funds for the blight. And this did have a award with that next technology center. When the young man came and presented to council, he talked about they do clean and green yards through the Genesee County Land Bank. There are probably about 50-something groups out in the community, clean and green groups, that, and if you guys go around and each one of y'all wards, I'm sure y'all got some clean and green groups that maintain vacant lots. What I'm concerned about is we gonna give money to 2 of the 50-something organizations that's out there that's doing the same work. When he came and talked before city council, I did not hear him saying he was going over and beyond mowing yards outside of the clean green area that we already do. So we're gonna be fair. What we probably should have done is we reached out to Renetta Steve and Melissa that oversee the clean and green group and see how this blight program could help all of the clean and green groups versus us giving $50,000 to 2 groups. So say it's 50 groups out there. That means 48 groups ain't getting nothing.
Oh, yeah.
We giving 50,000 to the Latinx community, and we're also giving 50,000 to the Sylvester Grove, to oversee the, Northeast District or something. I'm not sure, it's somewhere on here. The Sylvester Grove and Parkinson. So I wanted to separate these because I think we need to do a deeper dive. And with the mayor and administration or whoever making these recommendations, and y'all got 3rd Ward on there as if someone reached out to me, and I did have a meeting with the staff at the Sylvester Grove Center and the young man that will be receiving this, and I think they're doing great work. I'm not taking nothing away from that. But what I'm saying, someone that has been working with Renetta Speed and Melissa and them and knowing and participating, going to the clean and green celebrations every year to award various organizations. There are a lot of organizations out there doing great things. Now, I can see giving organizations like $2,500 a piece for them to buy a piece of equipment to help them with a clean and green group program. But to turn around and only give 2 groups $50,000 when you got all these other groups that's doing just as much as great work as them, I I just have a problem with how we spending, these money. And then we got third ward on there as if this is something that I recommended, and I'm not saying I'm against them getting money, but I know there's some other groups that's doing things, I think on Selby Street and, Rosedale, Osceola. I saw a clean and green group over there doing some stuff, and I just went out and thanked them. And when they were struggling, and old boy was trying to get his lawnmower to start up. So I think if we wanna be fair and give money towards two groups, we may wanna look at giving money towards the rest of the groups and for them to buy some equipment to help them with what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that's why I separated things right here. I think we should, look at, having more conversation about this. And this is where the buck stopped with us.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we should have been and had more conversation on our funds. I'm gonna refresh folks' memory. We called a meeting with over 120-something residents and the council, and council members didn't show up. At that same meeting, the deputy chief of staff sitting back there, Mr. Taylor, had 5 or 6 police come and told us to get out.
Oh, yeah, that part. Yeah.
Folks scared they gonna be arrested trying to discuss ARPA funds.
Yeah.
I've never seen that like it. People show act funny when we get to discussing millions of dollars worth of money.
Yeah.
Miss Lewis, she done had her hand all in this plan and keep missing it out.
Yeah.
The frustration between her and Piper, we called a special meeting with the concerned pastors. Of all people, she wasn't nowhere in sight.
Oh, yeah. It's all always.
Attendance matters.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Murphy, you say we need more discussion. We've been needing more discussion.
Oh, yeah, man.
Ms. McClinton, watch when we get to a particular resolution, I'm gonna try to amend it to put more money in home improvement.
Amen.
That's where the ball game is at.
That's right.
If you got residents voting for you, and the federal government give you money to help them with roofs and kitchen repairs.
Yeah.
Look at this council chamber, it was repaired with ARPA money.
With our money.
They take care of their own house and ain't studying the residents.
Downtown people. They go downtown no more.
It's a foolish politician to me that won't put money into the neighborhoods, into the residents. I don't take care of the voters if I'm sitting up here in an opportunity that gets me more votes. People like me.
Wait.
I can help them have a situation in their house that they can pass down to their kids and grandkids.
What?
Neighborhoods, generational wealth. Here we done put money into the bricks and they did them wrong and they gonna get to redid the bricks with the sand before we give out money for folks to fix up their house. They done did a redo.
It's gonna rebuild bricks.
Ain't it funny how big shots can get money?
Yeah.
And the little shots or the real big shots, the voters got the over and over act.
Yeah.
Cause of 8, 9 politicians.
Oh, yeah.
Make no bones about it. 8, 9 council people control this money.
See?
It ain't the mayor. It ain't the deputy chief of staff. It ain't Ernst and Young. It's these council members.
Yeah.
They don't want to meet. They want to piecemeal it together. They want other folks to do it. It's why.
You know better.
Will they meet on a Thursday or Friday? Oh, they too busy. How are you too busy to meet to allocate 30, 40, 50 million? Just meet for 2, 3 days and get it out the way. Don't wait to get into these meetings and try to piecemeal them together. stuff that folks can did behind closed doors. Why can't y'all meet public? Why the city council chambers can't be full of people and it's tables and applications and paperwork? What everybody hiding for?
Yeah.
I wish that the public would put their pressure on. You got Mr. Neely on the radio trying to talk about what folks can do. Ain't showed up to a council meeting yet.
In 3 years.
If I'm the mayor and I'm trying to allocate 40, 50 million to residents, I'm gonna show up at a council meeting, Mr. Neely. If I'm gonna provide leadership in the council and the mayor allocate the money, show up at a meeting. It shows something funny going on. This ain't no rocket science. Miss Priestley, y'all got to learn. You gotta cut this clock off. It's time to talk business. Oh, good.
Thank you.
Man, your time is up.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Ms. Sparks. I have a question for Ms. Sparks.
About time to go to work, Candace. Run down, lady.
So in this resolution, it talks about the mayor recommending 50,000 for each ward. And then with the 50,000 here, so is this saying that all of the fourth wards, extra 50,000 for like, is gonna go to leg days? Is that what that's saying, or am I not understanding that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
So in the resolution, it talks about how the mayor recommends funding for all 9 wards, for blight removal assistance, right? And so with this 50,000, because is this a separate 50,000 from the 50,000 that you were up? I think she's coming to answer. I got you.
That is correct. Each of the 9 wards was recommended by the administration that each of them would have. It was recommended by the administration that each of the 9 wards would have a $50,000 project that was either already identified through applications that came in, some of which were recommended by the committee, and some of which were recommended by the administration. And then there were also 2 that did not have identified projects, but to have it be all 9 wards, it was recommended for that funding to happen for projects to be identified, so the TBD. And then there was also the overarching citywide coverage of the.
So is this the 50,000 for the fourth ward?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's all.
Yep.
Any other discussion? Madam Chair, go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Before you ladies leave.
Miss Green, come on back up. Not so fast.
Good evening, Ms. Dora.
Yeah, Delaney Lottie.
Sparks Green. Did we get to read which was requested, this is back on here, I don't see it in the packet, to see how they got from 25 to 50,000? For which one? For Latinx, we were on that one, 230, the ARPA award fund. They had requested to get 25,000, and they were awarded 50,000 at our last meeting. I did request to have those items so that we could see who approved them and the actual application.
I didn't get that request from you.
I said that to me.
Okay. Well, I apologize, but how did Latinx get from 25 to 50? Was that your question?
Yes, and I did state that, I did want to see it before, for our next council meeting, so that when Mr. Drzezinski was here, so that I could see how, because a lot of these places put in for, say 25,000, they're getting 50. They put in for 150,000, but they were approved for 70 or 225,000. So I wanted to see how and who approved it. I wanted to see where they put it in, so like a screenshot of the original. I don't want a spreadsheet for myself. I want to see where they put it in and where they applied, and somebody said, hey, You buy one, get one free, because we was giving out our pro bono money.
What? Use that money, don't get funny.
But this is going.
But we do have a sheet, a form that we can submit.
And who approved it? And because I have been very transparent with, I did not agree with the 12-member ARPA advisory board and the process, because here we are back to, if they made a recommendation, what was their recommendation? Yeah.
Yeah, tell them.
Okay, so I'm happy to go through the,
And I know both you ladies weren't here.
it's okay, but I will answer, I will be very thorough, but try to also be succinct. And I know you said you didn't want a spreadsheet, but in the spreadsheet that was shared with you on August 7th, it does identify that the ARPA committee recommendations were for the College Cultural Neighborhood one, which was the 7th ward, which applied for $50,000. The Carriagetown one, which was the 5th ward, which is $50,000. The Southside Neighborhood Coalition, which would input, I believe, as the 9th ward project. The 2nd ward, the Service Center, or Service Park.
Latinx, because we're on a time,
Okay, so Latinx was, and they did have 25. The administration wanted all wards to get 50,000, and so that was doubled because of the desire to be even across all 9 wards.
Who is the administration?
The mayor.
So his signature isn't on anything on here.
We work for him, so.
So who approved it though? Where's his signature? Something requires to move money, a signature.
Money got to go off.
If you went from 25 to 50, who signed off on it?
It was in the resolution.
It was in the resolution that the mayor did it?
He signed on
No, these are coming to us, these are coming to us that they were approved by the 12-member body. The 12-member body didn't approve this. If the mayor's doing 50% of it, if they asked for 25, and then the mayor's approving 25.
It is very clearly written that these are the recommendations of the administration, some of which were from the ARPA committee and some of which are from his recommendations. And that is, the ARPA committee was to always give recommendations to the administration, and the administration would make the final recommendation to council.
Okay, but Emily, it is not very clear. And let me be clear, because we had our ad hoc committee say they were kept in the dark, and the administration was secretive. I don't see anything where states he has to have a church. Where did Mayor Neely sign off on that? Where is his physical recommendation that he said, I don't want to give them 25, I want to give them 50? Where is that? There has to be a digital footprint of that. There has to be.
No, it was something that, this was a vocal instruction, and we put it in the resolution.
See, yeah, when I first heard.
Thank you, yes. Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Whitaker.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Waking up, take care of business.
This here opera mess. Yes. That's what it is, an opera mess. See, first of all, we should have taken care of the residents first. We should have taken care of the residents first. Now we got resolutions coming to us, we don't even know where they're coming from. This whole process has been a mess. I'm not voting on none of this until we can get it all cleared up. Yes, Councilman Mays, we do need to have a meeting. We attempted to have maybe about 3 opera meetings with the mayor. But then we had several council members that did not show up, including the 2 members that's on the opera ad hoc committee. Then we get this illegal 12 after you finish your term, then maybe we can do that, because this is a mess. We don't need to be voting on nothing wrong.
Ms. Priestley.
Nothing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And I'll take my time. One of the problems with these ARPA resolutions is the fact that we're not given the information on what they're supposed to do. So this resolution, inside of the resolution for the Latinx, says that it's primarily Ward 4. But according to the spreadsheet that the administration provided to us, it's Wards 3, 4, and 5. But 3 and 5 aren't even mentioned here. And when Asa was here, he said 3 and 4. So that's a problem. Also, if we're doing these resolutions for the grants, we need to know what the grants are supposed to do. In the application, per the Excel spreadsheet, it says that this neighborhood cleanup project proposal leverages the organization's ability to organize large numbers of volunteers from the community, making further resources available to conduct comprehensive light removal, tree removal, weed trash removal, dumping, and other blight concerns that often require professional services or equipment. Where's that in the resolution? It doesn't tell us anything. It doesn't say that they're going to do tree removal. Nowhere near that. It's just not it. So, and I said this before, that, and we have said this over and over and over again, actually, why should we have to reference the spreadsheet to find out what they applied for, how much money they should apply for, what the committee's recommendation is, or were, or is, whatever. Let's put that in the resolution so that we have all the information in front of us, so that we don't have to go back and forth and back and forth. People have asked me at our last meeting, what does the spreadsheet say? So I look it up and I tell them what the spreadsheet says. It's not my job. It's not my job to do that.
Get over it.
Sure, I'm finance chair and accountant, and I'm very, very familiar with how to maneuver Excel. But it's not my job. And so, especially since this resolution, I mean, I was considering amending it to change the wording from primarily Ward 4 to 3 and 4, per what Mr. Asa said when he was here to discuss it. I have no problem necessarily giving them money to do blight removal, but give us all the information that we need to make the decision. It's repeated the same thing. We don't know what these people are going to do with money.
Well,
we don't. There's nothing in the resolutions.
Well, you better find out, Dave.
So,
what do you got people with?
As it stands with this resolution, I'm not in favor of it because it doesn't give us all the information, and it also is not correct in the word. The votes are not here tonight to pass it to council. So I will make, first of all, I would like to make an amended resolution. You know what, no, I don't want to do that. I want all the information put into resolution. So, that ends my time, and second round, any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Emily and Shelley, I hate that you went back, but I hope that you listen to, and I'll talk, because I know you're coming, but this takes off of our time. This is really important stuff, because, come on, I'm quite short, but I'm going to go all the way to the far back. What we're asking to me is just, it's a basic, if you're giving, where does it come from? My problem, which is known, the 12-member ARPA committee, I did not agree with because they met in secrecy. We weren't told. I've been consistent. And I know you weren't here. I know this wasn't your process, but unfortunately that's your department. I'm not going to support, even though Latinx does some good work. We have to have to where, how do we get to this? And what they put put in, who signed off. I mean, we don't have sufficient information and we keep asking. We should not be this late. Now, when we get this at the point to say, okay, now we're gonna prove it. We didn't have one working session. Our ad hoc committee didn't have information to come back. It was peddled, which is a lie, to say, well, we have working sessions during the meetings. That's not a working session. That's just a complete lie. It's a lie. Because we wouldn't be doing this right now if we had working sessions then. And that is how we get to, how do we get the money? You know, how do we get to it? And yes, it's going to be held up. And it is like it's been shoved down everyone's throat. I was very clear. Please take a copy of when they go in to put the application, because the clerk doesn't have, which through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, do you have any notes from the 12-person ad hoc committee? So if she doesn't have it and how they arrived at their decision, that is the purpose of following the city charter. Any multi-member body, more than one person, our advisory committee, they have to come to us by resolution or by ordinance. It didn't. And everything that they do goes through the city clerk, and it should be in the minutes. We didn't do that. So this is why we're here, because it's sloppy. It's sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. And it can't be cleaned up because everything was done in secrecy. Because we lazy? No, Shelley, if your boss did their job as you as a director, you back there hollering, I asked you for the screenshot. Where the screenshot, Shelley?
You may have some.
No, I asked you.
We're not gonna go straight in between the audience. Ms. Green, if you would like to speak, please come to
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Because I asked, stop my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
Go ahead and stop her time.
I want my time back, because when you respond, you part of the administration, come to that podium which I asked. I'm right. You know, well, I'm not good. So if you can't answer, who's gonna answer?
Right.
So,
You know, and I know how to read the spreadsheet, but
Did you want Shelley to come up?
she said she's not gonna come, she's good, so
Okay,
no.
go ahead and start
I'm
the
not
time
gonna-
again.
I'm not gonna go there with her. I'm not, she hollered from back there. I asked her when Emily came. She decided not to come. That's her choice. That's her choice. So, again, the work is sloppy. I asked for a screenshot. I want to see where they put in. You don't, if you go get a Chevette and you leave out with a Cadillac, how you get to the Cadillac?
Good God, man.
You have to have a paper trail. And if that boss don't do it, check your boss. Don't check Tiny Burns.
There you go.
You know, this is just ridiculous. We're asking things. If the 12-member body, we don't have notes from them, who are we supposed to get it from? We don't even have, like, their full record. How did they get to it? Who was all on there? I got an email asking that one person quit because he was getting ARPA funds. We got, what was put in for $50,000 for ARPA funds? And she didn't see. Please come to the podium if you want to talk. And she back to saying the same old bullshit.
Wow. Oh, there you go.
I'm telling you, that's what this administration is doing. I want to know, we got questions. And if we have questions, you come and answer. We don't know what this 12-member body did. You know, and I'm going to keep it transparent. This is ridiculous. We ask questions and they go and cuss it and mad. You mad at who put you up to this? So, yeah, I do want to see the screenshot. I would like to see, because we don't have any reference. Where is it signed off on? I want the document. There has to be a document. Somebody has to prove to put this money into this account. I want to see some signatures.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is where I'm at on this. And I want the public and I want everybody here, this is where I'm at on this. Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, do you remember us voting to do all things necessary and you was working on a resolution dealing with subpoenas and that type of thing? that draft resolution to the clerk? Madam Clerk, you got that draft resolution?
Yes, I
Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that draft resolution, because of what I just witnessed with Miss Shelley Green, howling from the back. Mr. Edwards going over there to talk. She's new here recently, walking out, throwing her hands up. It's getting a little ridiculous. They don't respect this body. They don't really believe this body has subpoena power. Not only to subpoena Ernst and Young, but to subpoena you too, Ms. Green. And to swear these folks under oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, or face the penalty of perjury. They don't believe we have subpoena power to subpoena documents. I don't have to keep requesting documents week after week. They don't even believe we got the subpoena power to subpoena the 12-member body. We do. So this body has allowed the administration and the mayor to play it cheap. We can subpoena his head up here. We ain't got to sit and wonder what recommendations the mayor done made and what he doing. We can subpoena him up. And I dare any of them to not respond to that subpoena. Because they'll make headlines. They'll be in the news. I dare any of them to come up here and get sworn in and then lie some more. They'll be facing the penalty of perjury. So we ain't got to keep fussing with these folks. We ain't got to be blamed for a process that we control the purse strings on. The buck stops here. It's time. So I'll begin with you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy, I'm glad that you got the draft resolution to her. I'll be doing that by tomorrow or the next day, and I'll be tightening up that resolution, dealing with all the subpoenas, not just Ernst and Young, but administrative folks. And then I'll be putting in that resolution what documents are needed. And I'm not going to have people come up here telling this council the half truth. I want the whole truth. Nothing but the truth. So help them God.
Take that. Do your job.
Because I'm tired of the laughing and playing and the ignoring stuff. The last time I seen an administrator walk out and wave their hand at this council was that chief financial officer.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
It's about over for me. It's time to get serious about this money. We're in the month of October.
Yeah.
I want this money allocated by October, November. And I'm not going to piecemeal it together. When we leave out of here, I want all 30 to 60 million accounted for. And I want it placed where this council says it should be placed. It's time to quit playing around. I don't have to fuss and argue with folks when you're sitting up here with power. Yeah. But now I got one last concern. The council. Will 5 or more members have that type of nerve? Do they have that type of work ethic?
That's a good question. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to make a motion to move 230304 ARPA Fund Award to Latinx Technology Center Impact of the Pandemic on Right to Finance.
Okay, there's Motion on the floor to move resolution 230304 to finance. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported to move resolution 230304 to finance. That's one round of 3 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
Madam Chair, I can vote in favor of moving it to finance, but you know, each motion can have 2 amendments. That's the first amendment, to move it to finance. I'm really sitting here tempted to move it to a special ARPA meeting with a date certain. I'm tempted to make that amendment. You think I should make it? See, they've been bouncing back between finance, special affairs, council meeting, and you can't do it in 5 and 3 minutes. You need a special meeting with rules suspended, with the mayor and others subpoenaed up here to get this work done. That's right. So I'm tempted to make a amended motion to set it to the special ARPA meeting working session. And then in the discussion on the motion, set a date and time and see if 4, 5, 6 people ready to come. That's what I feel comfortable doing. Because I can't allocate 30, 40, 50 million in 3 minutes. I can't get an understanding of what these nonprofits and folks gonna do with $2 and $3 million in 5 minutes. I wouldn't care if it's a Thursday or Friday or a Saturday, but I need a meeting with the demand of the mayor and his staff here ready to cooperate and get this money done. We've been dealing with this for months. So I'm gonna make the amendment to the motion.
2 years, is that?
I move to make an amendment that we send this and all of the ARPA resolutions to a special meeting for ARPA funds to be set up certain in the next 2 weeks. And then we'll wait and see if council show up, and I so move.
There's a motion on the floor to send all ARPA resolutions to a special meeting in the next 2 weeks.
Madam Chair,
Support.
I'll support that.
Whoa!
This is a 1 round of 3 minutes. Let me double check, wait a minute. Let me. It's 1 round, 3 minutes.
Yeah, Madam Chair. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us here. I'm gonna commit to show up on any day, any one of y'all say, at any time. It's my priority. Now, I don't know what y'all other 5 will commit to, but I wanna make it convenient. And then if this motion passed to do it in the next 2 weeks, then 2 of us will get with the clerk and call a special meeting. Through you, Madam Chair, to the legal department. Madam City Attorney, how long do it take for y'all to draw up subpoenas? Do you know? And get them served.
That part.
It would depend, Councilman Mays, on the legal department having something in writing that clearly states what should be in the subpoena, who the subpoena is addressed to.
What is the average time it take y'all to draw up and serve a subpoena, do you know?
As long as we have the information, it shouldn't take longer than, I would say, a few days.
That's what I think, and that's what I know, 10 days or less. But I'm saying 2 weeks. And if y'all can't do it in the legal department, I got a group of I'm gonna be getting with the legal department, and probably you, Attorney Gurley, because some of them I don't even trust and talk to. And I'm gonna put it in writing that we don't want certain people and certain documents to be here at that meeting. And so I'm gonna try to do that with 12 or 14 days to spare. Because I'm gonna make this a priority to try to get these funds allocated. All this bickering back and forth and folks ain't showing up, we gonna see. And we could start out tonight by seeing how many people wanna support a motion and have a special working session meeting on ARPA funds. A working session. Do the work. Amend the budget, whatever it takes, so we can start allocating this money properly before the end of this year. That's my stand, that's my pledge. Let's see how many people is with me. I'll be voting yes on the motion to set up a special meeting and get people here.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Oh my God.
So, the thing about that is that when all 9 of us managed to be in the same place, nothing gets done. It doesn't stay calm. The arguments ensue. Things get talked about that have nothing to do with the meetings. And so we are agreeing to do a working session. How are we going to be sure that we will actually get work done? That is my only concern. Because I've been sitting here for 60 days, please. And what I've witnessed are meetings devolve, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. And so we are saying that we're going to do a working session, and I understand why my colleague in the A felt the need to leave today. But we are missing other colleagues. And so if we agree to a working session, it needs to be that everybody agrees to show up, and everybody agrees to be respectful, and everybody agrees to talk about what we're supposed to be talking about, and that is the ARPA funding. We do not need another meeting where we do this. Residents come, and then we...
What's your request?
For you to, the 7th Ward council person, you can only control you, correct?
Mr. Mays, that's it. Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
Thank you. As I was saying, if we all agree to show up and stay focused on what we're supposed to be focused on, so that we really can move the ARPA dollars and do the work that we're supposed to do. That would be one thing if there was full confidence in the fact that that would happen. But in this case, we've seen time and time again that it just devolves into a bunch of arguments that have nothing to do with ARPA. Has nothing to do with resolutions or agendas or whatever else we're doing. So the problem isn't whether or not I'm willing to show up. I show up, I don't argue, I don't prolong things. I try to stay focused on what we're doing. And the only thing, and I'm here on time, I'm here earlier than the meetings start. And so now we're asking to do another session of stuff that's like we're supposed to handle while we're in these meetings. And I do agree that there are a lot of times that we do not have enough time to discuss. But there are also a lot of times where the time that we could be using to discuss this stuff, it gets spent arguing. And so if we agree to that, I just want to make sure that everybody agrees to come and focus solely on what we're supposed to be focused on.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I don't think it's without a reasonable expectation. And Shelley, I'm not even mad at you. And I get what you're saying, and I hope that we can understand each other's frustration. I just want to see it. I want to see it. It is important for me to see how we arrive at this. And I know how to read an Excel sheet, but some of these things are not on there. Like, do we have any of the conflict of interest forms? I want to see those. We don't have not one. we are missing components to this. And if the administration wants to get the money out, then I think that they should get us what we need. And no, everyone doesn't do maybe email or whatever, or Excel, but we have to make the accommodations for those who don't, so that we can get it passed. And that to me is just getting people what they need, so we can get it on and get it passed. So speaking about the meeting, I'm almost tired of scheduling meetings, but everybody don't show up. And so, yeah, because I'm not gonna agree with you on that, because you weren't here, and that is, Councilman Pfeiffer's not here for a whole other reason. I'm gonna sidebar with you on that one. I'm gonna sidebar with you on that one. But
Point of information, and I was going to be called improper, but I absolutely sent an email asking that we can schedule it properly. So it wasn't that I didn't show up just because I didn't. I was literally at a conference.
That's an improper.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, you just gave a whole speech on what something don't have to do with something, then you do and say something don't have to do with anything. No, I did not. You didn't listen.
Ms. Machette, you are over.
You didn't listen. When you sent that email, if you understood you can't do the round robin, and then Attorney Kim sent to you, he threw you a lifesaver and said, hey, you can't do it this way. I get what you're saying, but you cannot go around and act as if it provokes discussion if you talk to all members or there's 5 votes.
Don't stop me.
You can't do that. And everyone has a busy schedule. We do. My point where you didn't let me finish because you interrupted. My point is when we get these, we need council members to show up and for the administration to give us what we need. So we get the IRA on our way, take care of the residents. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man.
So you said you sent the letter. You did. And you sent the letter, and it wasn't but 2 people's names when found that letter. Councilman Mays and me. Now, I felt you were sincere, but you could have called me and said, hey, Tanya, is there another process? You got my number? I thought I gave it to you, but listen, everybody in Flint got my number. And everybody in Flint know where I live. They put my house up on social media with my kids' information.
Wow.
So, Councilman, I get what you're saying, because we gotta all commit to get this done.
That's right.
If you apply for 25, how you got to 50, we need to see that physical part, not just in the spreadsheet. There's gotta be a digital form or a format.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Here's what I think is happening. The mayor and administration and maybe the ad hoc committee that they put together of the 12-member bodies, I'm not sure who, what, when, and how, but at the end of the day, we're not on the same page when it comes down to the recommendation, because when I heard, I think Dora or Ms. Green speak on the $50,000 for each ward or something like that, no one reached out to me to say, okay, Quincy, what is your recommendation for the 3rd ward? Because I'm thinking about the whole cleaning green group, so if it was left up to me, I would have said split the $50,000 with the cleaning green groups. And even if you couldn't give them money directly, some of the vacant lots that they cut, there is a lot of brush hog in the back along the fence lines, a lot of trees need to be cut down. We could have used the money towards that. I'm just not into individually giving one organization over other organizations money when they work just as hard. Or I might have wanted to use the $50,000 to board up a whole bunch of those commercial buildings on Saginaw Street that residents have been complaining about, that it seems like nobody wants to figure out how they can secure funding to board up. So it's just some other suggestions that I would have suggested when it comes down to the 3rd ward. And I really don't, I ain't into no one else kind of making decisions for our ward or my particular ward without getting with me to see what is it that you suggest we do with $50,000. So on that note, I have some issues with this process. Not saying that you guys are not trying to, spend the money. Like said, well, we just got some issues that need to be resolved. Hopefully we can resolve them, whether it's a working meeting. I'm with my, colleague that I don't wanna have a meeting where we just go back and forth, get into it with each other and calling each other out, calling administration out. I want us to be able to be respectful towards one another. If we can't have that kind of meeting, there's no need to have another meeting. That's just gonna be a waste of our time. Do I wanna tie all of this into, the opera, resolutions? I just think it's that time. We just been going back and forth. It's the time to have that deep dive and deal with this opera dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll take my time. I'm not in favor of having a special meeting. Dr. Lewis and I spent all of last summer working on a plan
Now, wait a minute.
to spend the money because nobody else did in a year and a half. Nobody did it. We got the mayor's budget or proposal. It wasn't even a budget. This is his proposal, how he was going to spend it. We didn't agree with it. None of my colleagues said anything to anybody. So we got together and we spent over 40 hours working on the budget, on the plan that this council approved. Ms. Burns, yes, you abstained from the vote on it, but you made an amendment to that budget of $250,000 to BAL, and that was passed. Nobody made any other budget amendments to that plan. Am I averse to making amendments? No, but tell me where you want the money to come from if you want to make a
Request
change.
for information.
Yes, what's your request?
I think Councilman Mays made a, request for a budget, amendment, and I second his,
Well, yeah, that's fine.
motion.
I'm sorry, if I forgot that, I'm sorry.
So don't
But I
sit here
know that we
and
did make-
say no one else.
Miss-
I'm not gonna let you go and say that.
Ms. McPicard, I'm apologizing, please accept my apology.
About time you
We
apologize.
did make a budget amendment of $250,000. However, I am not in favor of any more special meetings. The ARPA meetings that were previously scheduled, no one contacted me to see if I was available. I have other things that I do, especially on weekends. I had events that I had purchased tickets for and plans I had made out of town. So no, I wasn't available. And, you know, if you want to have a special meeting, ask. However, I am not available for the next month. I'm just not. I don't have any time. Go ahead, Mr. Commander.
Did you just say you ain't available for a meeting in the next month?
Good. Wow. We only got 2 more weeks, man. What's the?
So I'm not, and like I said before, the work was done by myself and Dr. Lewis. We presented it to council. That's not the only work I've done on this ARPA. I have spent hours, I can't even tell you, the whole time I was off on sick leave, I was on sick leave for 10 weeks. Half of my time was spent on ARPA. 20 hours a week was spent on ARPA during my 10 weeks off from work. So, excuse me, we are having this meeting, we cannot hear ourselves speak. And that's for both members up here as well as audience members. I feel like, I mean, if somebody is having a conversation here, you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the room. So, I am not going to vote for this special meeting. I'm not going to vote for this. I'm done talking about ARPA. I want the resolutions coming forward, or we will present our own resolutions with the information. We have asked repeatedly for months. The ARPA committee, the ad hoc committee, has asked for months, where is the information? When I originally asked the administration, I asked for what the reasons the ARPA committee gave. Thank you very much. This is time for the vote. This is a vote to send, all ARPA to a special meeting in the next 2 weeks. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Why? Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
What?
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Vote for yes, or no?
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, that motion fails. Going back to our original motion, and this is a motion to send to finance. First round has only had Mr. Mays' discussion. Is there any other discussion to send this resolution back to finance? Any other discussion to send this back to finance? Roll call vote on the vote, on the motion to send to finance.
Ms. Mashat?
Back to finance, yes.
Mr. Mays? Yes.
I abstain because I think it's ridiculous that council people pay me to discuss our funds, and I can't understand how I'm getting to share that or Ms. Priestley's rationale for those reasons until we get it right. I abstain.
Hey,
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. That motion fails. That takes us back to the original motion, which we're on the second round to send to council. Second round discussion was Ms. Burns and Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send to council.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
0 yes and 6 no.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no. That motion fails.
All right.
Going on to our next resolution, it's 230319. And I believe that was separated by Ms. Burns. I'll entertain a motion.
The motion on the floor to send to, what number again?
319, 230319.
319 to council.
Motion on the floor to send 230319 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved properly seconded. Is there any
Yes,
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, this is an ARPA fund award for $50,000 for the James E. Kennedy Family Life Center located, near the corner of Flint and Pearson Road in the First Ward. $50,000 for something ain't nobody talking to me about. You don't have to talk to me about it. All you have to do is get 5 votes and you put $50,000 in the First Ward. I'm not gonna turn down $50,000 in the First Ward, $100,000 or $200,000, but I'm not gonna vote in favor of this resolution at this time. People gonna need to have respect to communicate and collaborate when they come into an area. I talked to Pastor Reed and he explained what he wanna do. I don't know how all of it come about, but I know Ms. Edwards gonna do a heck of a job for years for free cleaning up with their Brownell Homes block with them. And I gotta watch out for folks like that. I'm gonna reward folks who've been cleaning up for free. If 50 or 100,000 come into the First Ward, I want Homes Brownell to get a piece of it. They've been doing it for free, particularly in that corridor from Flower Road to Ox. every year. This is my 9th year. How do I feel putting 150,000 into the first ward and ain't looked at my premier cleanup for free? They've been the Michael Jordan, the Magic Johnson, the neighborhood cleanup. If I look at my old ward on Russell Street and all that area, I done had cleaned up 8, 9, 10 times. I'm gonna look at that. But it's 3rd ward now. So I'm gonna concentrate on Cherry Line, Green Line, and all them other lines, and Clover Line. And I'm gonna have a whole lot to say and do about whether it's 50,000, 100,000 coming in. See, we have to do streets, repave, DuPont, Fleming, Home Street, the parking lot at Hasselbrook. And it took us some time to get them projects done. But you got a little fella downstairs bragging on 1420 about streets that we had did before he even got in office. I'm tripping. I'm looking at the details of how you get streets repaved, when they was repaved, DuPont from Carpenter Road to Pearson, and on down the Stewart was done before he got in office, and he bragged about look what the streets we've done.
Yep.
Home Street, I know how long I fought on that. Fleming from Beltree back to Carpenter or somewhere in there had been done before we got in office. Quit naming Fleming and telling half the story. Councilman Mays want credit. Don't get credit. At least I'm gonna talk about myself. I'm gonna wag my own tail. And so now here we is with blight and cleanup in the 1st ward. Ain't nobody said that. Cynthia, it was a house on the corner of Home and Sally Court. Got towed down with cameras and press conference. People were just living in that house. It could have been redid. But you look at the one burnt up on Chatham. You look at them two on Home Street between Oxley and Clio. That's why the press conference should have been. I'm not going to let no little mayor and no other people come in here trying to boo people in the 1st ward. I know the 1st ward inside and out. And know the people. So y'all better get ready. I wouldn't care if Candace Massac and Priestley don't vote to have a meeting. I'm gonna wait for Mike and them get here. We might get a vote. Who in their right mind can't squeeze in a meeting for a month? Want me to make a motion to do it next month? I'm busy as hell, and when it comes to $40, $50 million, I can take time to have a meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
In the 1st round.
In the 1st round, I'll take some time. Did you want to speak, Mr. Murphy? Okay, so in the 1st round, so I looked at the, I went back and looked at the spreadsheet. They did apply for the funds, but it wasn't one of the recommendations by the ARPA committee. Also, I grew up in that neighborhood. I want to see that neighborhood look great, but why weren't they recommended? Why was it that the mayor wanted to bring forth this recommendation and not something else? See? So that's my question. And so I am, Mr. Mays, I support cleanups in every ward of this city. But I want to know why. So I'm going to vote no on this. Second round. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me try to make it perfectly clear. Oh, yeah. You say you grew up in that area?
I sure did.
I live in that area now. $94 million. And we talking about allocating 30 to 60 million. I believe Pastor Reed can get 50 million. Holmes Brownell can get 50 million. 50,000.
Yeah.
50,000. I believe if 4-5 more groups can get 50,000 for cleanup. So I don't want nobody misinterpreting what I'm saying about this 50,000 for the Kennedy Center. I'm just trying to make sure that 4-5 more groups that get 50,000.
All right.
And I'm not gonna look like a fool if the Kennedy Center 50,000 and Holmes, Brownell, and these different black clubs have been cleaning up for free, and he's getting 10,000. That would be a foolish politician in me. And I used to get A's and B's all through elementary. It got tough in high school. And I know ain't nobody gonna make no fool of me. Fooling around with one group versus other groups. There's enough money, Mr. Dumas, for each ward to get 500,000 in cleanup. If you got 9 wards, you could have 10 wards, 500,000, that ain't but 5 million. Did I add that up right? And you can work blight cleanup through the blight department, through block clubs, through the Kennedy Center. So I want to make my position 100% clear. And I don't want nobody putting words in my mouth. That's where I stand. I want a special meeting to chop this money up in all areas, including home improvement, small business. I want most people to get $2 million for that building he owns downtown. The white folks get $2 million. I ain't scared to give most people $2.5 million. I'm proud of it. Most people got a building downtown. I don't know nobody else look like me got one. It's time to chop this money up. Who can't make a special meeting in a political seat to chop money up for the resident? You only get one political shot to pass out $30-40 million. This ain't something that happened every fiscal year. It's COVID-19 money. Don't let them fool you. ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act money. It's grant money. COVID-19 money that can help folks. You don't think these politicians upstairs and downstairs are fighting for this money because they don't want credit? That's what the whole fight is about. Folks want credit. They want to march around and say, I'm the one who gave you the money. I want credit. I want to be the one to say I fought for months to help get you this money. So that's what this is about. But some folks is messing up the opportunity to get credit. They picking and choosing some of the wrong folks. They arguing about the process and which application and which paperwork is real. It's all real. It's all real. You got some politicians up here voting for an initial form, and when they caught on to the politics, all that paperwork ain't real. Oh, yes it is, and it got dates on it. First come, first served. I'm gonna put another motion for a special meeting. Don't have to put a motion. I just call Tiny Bird and Jerry call one and see who show up.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Let me go back to my discussion. In the second round. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. and maybe you could provide some clarity. So if the 12-person ARPA committee did not approve this, can you shed light on how it got approved? And what was the criteria? What was the criteria?
Mr. Mays, you are on hold.
What was the criteria that they were?
Request for information,
What is your request?
just so I'll be in order, Ms. Burns, have you ever thought about politicians thinking they know in the first ward when political threat came?
So, Mr. Edwards, why were they denied? Because the clerk doesn't have it, the ad hoc committee doesn't have it. Why were they denied by the 12-person ARPA advisory committee?
You'd have to give me clarity on what you're
I'm asking for the Kennedy Life Center.
Mm-hmm.
The ARPA advisory committee denied their request. Why was it denied?
These recommendations, everything that's been
Or
put in.
why was the recommendation denied? Do you have that?
Everything that's been put in front of you are recommendations that are coming from the mayor. That's the cut of this particular situation in relationship to these resolutions. They are all recommendations coming from the mayor.
So this one went through the process with the ad hoc committee, the ARPA advisory committee. The ARPA advisory committee turned them down. They said, no, we're not giving you any money. That was the deal. It came back, and now it's here in a resolution that it is to be approved. Do you have any of the information why the advisory committee denied it?
All resolutions that have been put before you are
230-319.
from the mayor.
The Kennedy Light, I'm asking you about the ARPA advisory committee. Why did they turn it down? We don't have, because I want to know what was their thought. Because if you got 12 people, independent people, 12 people, and they turned it down, and they said, no. Why did they turn it down? You should have that and some type of digital process. It should state, what their reason. There should be some notes. Because if not, their recommendation is the same as the citywide advisory, the planning zone. They function in the same capacity as every other advisory board. Let's stop playing games. Why were they turned down?
Filibuster. You can see that, sir.
Again, the recommendations are from the mayor's office that have been brought to you in the form of these resolutions.
Again, why were they turned down? This isn't hard, because they're going to tell you at this point, because residents really want to know. You're not being transparent, sir.
I think residents want these resolutions and this process to move
No, because
forward.
residents haven't gotten money. They haven't gotten anything. You've given somebody some money that your advisory committee said, we ain't giving them nothing.
Before we were accused of not bringing this information before you bring the resolutions
Point of
to
information.
this.
I think, Ms. Burns, did you forget that the residents did get some water credits? We're talking about
Julie, talk to you. Give yourself a warning. That's what you give yourself a warning. Time is a mess. You're not be up here trying to print stuff and turn around and say stuff and tell other people not to do. Again, why did the 12-person, did you get notes back from the ad hoc, or I'm sorry, the advisory committee on what they approved or disapproved? Did the administration get that?
I will provide the answer.
No, you didn't. That's what I'm still asking.
I'm still providing the same answer. These recommendations are from the mayor.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you because this is back up here. I got 50 something more seconds. At this point, with the administration, I've been cussed at. You
have not been cussed at.
I didn't say by, I said with the administration.
I said you have not been cussed at by administrative people.
Oh, she said bullshit. You want to do bullshit? That's what she
People,
did.
people in the hallway are not necessarily talking to people
Oh,
in this
Mr.
room.
Edwards, don't do that. You know, come on.
It's a waste of time to keep.
It's a
going
waste
over
of
this.
time that you won't answer why did they turn this down? Because the residents ain't got nothing. See, y'all come here and say that why they are getting out. Right now, we're the reason. And we're asking
No,
for simple
council's
information.
the
I'm
reason.
talking,
Council's the
please,
reason.
please.
Council's the reason.
I'm asking you, why did they turn it down? Do you have any notes why they were turned down? You don't have any information. None.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 230319 to council. Madam
No.
No.
Put me some real stuff.
No.
No.
Ah, this sandwich. Ooh.
The vote is 0 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Going on to our next separation, it's 230320. I'll entertain a motion. That was Mr. Murphy's separation.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I make a motion to send 230320 to council.
there's a motion on the floor to send 230320. Councilors are support. It's been moved to seconded to move 230320. Council, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
This, resolution again, is to fighting better neighborhoods together. As long as I've been working around the West Grove Center, I have never seen,
Okay.
amazing. Any effort around that neighborhood to, fight better. And I'm not sure is, the Sylvester Grove serving as the fiduciary for the group that's in there that's over the first ward. Is it the Flint Northeast District Council or something? What's the name of the guy that's over the Flint Northeast District Council? That works with, Patrick. So, again, there, Patrick, and I did meet with him. This says third ward. When I look at the third ward, my area goes from Carpenter Road all the way to Branch Road, to Hamilton Street, all the way to parts of Martin Luther King Street. It's a big area. There are a lot of groups over there in that area doing things. I just wish that the administration would have reached out and asked for my suggestion on what I thought should happen. Because there are a lot of groups doing great things in that area. And I'm not taking anything away from the Sylvester Grove Center. But I'm not sure if these groups creating an organization for the first year. They deal with blight, but you got a lot of organizations that's been out there dealing with blight for years. And the struggle has been real. When it comes down to them getting equipment, but they still was able to maintain. And I just don't feel comfortable knowing that we can. And then when I was trying to look at the target area, it's just not enough information. Like, what target area did they go pick up later? Y'all go up and down the street and pick up? I just think this process and how awkward recommendations is being recommended. Usually with the community development block grant dollars, the process was people applied for community development block grant dollars. Then it went to, the advisory committee, the citywide advisory committee. I remember Betty Ramsdale used to chair. That citywide advisory committee made recommendations. They brought it to city council. They had a list of recommendations of allocated funds or what organizations was recommended, what the mayor recommended for these organizations, and then it also had a list of the organizations that didn't receive funding. That would have helped us when it came down to us allocating funds for the opera. If you had an ad hoc committee or whatever advisory, 12-member advisory committee that made recommendations, and you had the mayor recommendation, then you brought it to city council, then we could have made our recommendation on where we think who should get some money, and then the mayor could have either vetoed, and we could have voted it up or down. But that process didn't happen for us. So that's why I have issues. Not that I'm against the Rome Center or the Latinx. I'm against how the process, I didn't know nothing about the 12-member committee, whatever, that had nothing to do with me. And I don't feel like the ad hoc committee that you guys, the 2-member ad hoc, I don't think y'all run us in enough. I think y'all should have had a meeting, y'all didn't, so they called a meeting, and I was going because I was concerned. And I just think the process is wrong.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Page.
Yeah, Madam Chair, real quick. I count pretty good. I count pretty good in English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know how to count up to 9. Right now I'm counting 5. And I don't want to jinx myself and win this. I hate to be wrong. Y'all see me call it folks' name who was in this audience. Because you say folks' name, you just can't be argumentative with it. Pastor Trail, Hill, Clay, I count pretty good. Right now I'm counting 5. And I don't want nobody to change, but they can. But right now I count 5. And I'm on name. Murray, Burns, Winfrey Carr, Piper, and Mays. I count 5. It don't matter if Candace Mashat and Priestley don't show up for a meeting, I count 5. And if they don't show up, then that means 5 people can allocate this money. I count 5. That's what I'm counting consistently. You got some common ground when it comes to the empowerment center in the 3rd Ward. Got some commonality with how I feel about the James Kennedy Center in the 1st Ward. I don't think Mr. Murphy's opposed to the Empowerment Center, and I'm not opposed to the Kennedy Center. But it's enough money to go around. It's time for us to get specific. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't care if each ward had 500,000.
That's right.
But as long as we've got input, I'm not going to let no politician move around behind closed doors in the city, behind the scenes, shaking hands and smiling in folks' faces in my ward. I'm going to shake hands and smile in folks' faces in my own ward. And he shouldn't be doing it in the 3rd Ward meeting. But Ms. Mashat, when it came to them people who wanted to pay come to our wards, you ain't got the same interest. And you know I'm that type of guy. I say people's names. I try to make it plain all around the city, because I get calls from all around the city. I've affected elections in my ward, in Ed Taylor's ward, Juan Twez Davis ward, Brian Nolan's ward, Don Williamson, Karen Weaver. I am in politics. My job is to try to affect public opinion in folks when they vote. But the way I do it is tell the truth and try to make it plain. And I usually ain't a switch hitter. If I roll with you, I'm gonna roll with you because I'm saying the truth in you. When I see you lipping and blocking, I kind of put a little distance between me and you. Because I don't want you to take my reputation. My reputation is to try to tell the truth and make it plain. And act the same all throughout the game. So here we are. It's allocation of money time. And I'm going to be working with the clerk on that resolution. I'm going to work with the legal department, Candace Mashat. Priestley, y'all might be absent, but oh, if the Lord bless us with fire. Yeah. When y'all get back, we gonna been allocated millions of dollars properly. God bless you.
Amen. Any other discussion? Any other
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I am disappointed with Mr. Edwards' response where he did not answer. This process is frustrating because this administration is not being cooperative. We ask for basic things and we're not getting it. And if we can't show how, now he's stating, well, these are, what you're looking at, these are all the mayors. This was what you're looking at, these are the mayors. And that's fine, because he can send stuff up. He can. But if the committee says no, after it was turned down and then it goes back, then we have a right to see that and to ask those questions. It's called the vetting process. It's the vetting process. But y'all moving this money like gangsters. At $50,000 a tune is what it seems to be what's going out. And we keep seeing $50,000 comes through here. Our ad hoc committee didn't have anything to report back to the council because they weren't given any information to report back to the council. Which I wish my colleagues would have said, you know what, let me at least attend one meeting to see. So we can have 5 votes to move something. Because we all said we want to get this money done. It's not going to be done this way. And this is not a normal allotment of money. So if we have to do something unconventional, which is to have a meeting to get it done, I think we should do that. If we need the time to vet the ARPA advisory resolutions, and then to vet the mayor's resolutions. But the way this is being shoved down everybody's throat with zero transparency, it is as if things are being hidden. And the frustration from the administration and the composure is not a good look when asking basic questions. My question, which I even had with one which was, I believe, Cyrus Park, was that one of the mayors then? I'm disappointed in my colleague Liddell Lewis, who did all this Facebook stuff, saying, I abstained and I don't do this. And she's not here yet again to vote.
See that?
She's not here. She attended no meetings when we called her. Not one. Is she serious about this? No. She missed, I'm going to say, in the past month, 3 meetings. So when we talk about who's serious about getting it done, to my colleagues who are here right now, I appreciate it. I know Councilman Fife will be here, but his family's getting death threats. And he shouldn't be here. I told him he should. And I don't blame him.
Don't go to rules, me.
You know I gotta support rules. That's in my ward. So, but when if we're gonna keep getting these coming up in this manner, they're going to keep getting denied in this manner. That's just the way it is. Simple things. I want to see the notes to where, why did the, what was the mayor's rubric that he used? Because we never received the rubric that the mayor would use. Putting on a spreadsheet does not give us what we want. And it's not hard. If you want to move this money, just give us what we ask. I mean, it's not that important to you. Be transparent. The difficult part is our ad hoc committee said this administration was not transparent. They were kept in the dark, that the administration was secretive. That's the ad hoc committee. Those aren't my words. Those are their words that were put on the record. So the ad hoc committee is coming back telling us the administration was secretive. They kept us in the dark. Why would we vote on any of this ARPA stuff coming up? Because they come back to give us information. And if they aren't comfortable with it, but I need some more consistency with why too. I mean, if you're going to say, let's hold their hands to the fire, say, hey, give me the information so we can get this money put out. It's going to continue to be a problem. This just isn't working. It's not working. And Councilman Mays, we do need more time. This should still be a problem.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, second round. Any discussion in second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, was 230343 separate?
I believe so, but let me double check.
That's the
Yes, it was.
It was separate. Okay. That's the big ARPA.
Right, so this is the second round of the discussion.
This is the Sylvester Burn.
Correct.
Right. No, I don't have any more discussion on the motion was to probably move it to council.
Yeah, the vote is to move it to council.
Yeah, I'm not gonna vote to move it to council at this time. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote to send 230320 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Burner?
No.
Mr. Shedd?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain because I don't mind giving the Sylvester Broom and Power Village money and anybody else, but I want to do it all at one time and chop that money up, as I said on the record. For those reasons, I abstain if we get to that point.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Voted 0 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 0 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. That motion fails. Go back to my notes. Okay, the next resolution is 230328, the suspension of Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, Flint City charter violations. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
What is, yes, Mr. Mays?
the resolution about the Cedar Street Reservoir, we already took action on that, right?
Yes, sir, we did. It's back, it's sent back to finance.
Okay, so going to resolution 230328. This is a resolution, along with the resolution suspending Mr. Murphy, is what has caused chaos in these council meetings in the last month and a half. Because it started out as a resolution to suspend them for 6 months. That didn't pass. Now the language has been changed to 90 days. Do I expect this 90-day suspension resolution to pass? Watch, get that clock turn. I expect it won't. But then it'll drop to a proposed 60 or 30-day suspension. Do I expect the 60 to 30 days suspension to pass? Yes, I do.
Mr. Mays, do you have a motion?
Oh, yeah, I make a motion to move this to council. I'm sorry, that's what the clock was running. I'm sorry.
Is there support?
Madam Chair, I'll support that motion.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mays, go ahead.
All right. My position is, do I think it'll pass for 90 days suspension? No. You know why? Priestley, Candace Michelle. When it comes to Burns, Mays, Winfrey Carter, the Bible was here, I believe you have both. That fifth vote, I don't see Miss Lewis and Winfrey Murphy voting to suspend themselves. But they sure voted to suspend me.
Go ahead.
They voted to suspend me because I cussed. Oh, Pastor Mays wouldn't want me cussing. Councilman Eric Mays don't want me cussing. Because I'm trying to make it to heaven. I hope you cuss and still get in heaven, Mr. Green. I think you can. You ask for forgiveness and you still try to make it to heaven, and you try not to cuss. These folks up here make you cuss. But they can't make you cuss. You gotta control that yourself. But I noticed they had cussed at me, and did nobody do nothing to them. So I took a 30-day suspension for cussing when other folks had cussed like sailors, and some of them was toward me. Now I'm hoping that they don't discriminate. If you got 2 council people who took, in my opinion, bribes and gifts to vote for a $72 million deal for Ashley Capital, that's worse than cussing in this room. And I'm gonna tell you why it's worse than cussing, because we deal with people who have millions of dollars. They take you to lunch, give you money, give you lawnmowers. They put money in your nonprofits. And the charter says we shouldn't take that gifts and money and stuff when we have business pending before us. $72 million deal. And if we do, we should disclose it. We should say we took it and abstain from the vote. But that didn't happen in this case with Liddell and Quincy. But guess what? You got 2 folks for sure sitting up here right now. Candace Michelle and Priestley. Do you know it hurts them? They can't sleep at night. I can't vote against Liddell. That's my buddy, that's my friend. This what takes insight to tell us.
Please do not infer motives to Americans.
Oh, I'm telling what I think is the
Mr.
truth.
Mays, that
Your insides be
Mr.
missing.
Mays, that is not in order.
I'm gonna argue my case and say what I think and think what I say. Your inside. Oh, I can't do that. It was easy for me to make public displays. But now when it comes to those two, I just can't stand the pain.
That sounds just like her, Dave.
Oh, yeah, get Mays out of here. Get Mays out of here. I'm all in favor of voting to suspend Mays for 30 days. Aye. But when it comes to Liddell and Quincy, oh, they votes with us. That's our fine votes. We can't miss them for 30 to 60 to 90 days. I can't stand the pain. That's what's happening for me. In my mind. In my mind. And then a whole lot of people watching mine. Oh, I passed out fire extinguishers and stuff with Miss Lewis, and I'm Candace Machado. She helped me, I can't hurt her.
I'm gonna give you what you want. Point of order.
Oh my God.
Stop it.
Mr. Mays is one, he's purposely antagonizing me, and two, he's trying to judge my motives. I believe that is against the Robert's
That
rules.
is against the Robert's Rules of Order, and that is out of order, Mr.
I
Mayor.
did 2 rounds, right?
You do?
In the last 4 seconds, I'm going by Eric's rules. I'm not going by Robert's rules. I'm going by the child. I'm going by common sense with
Any other
Machado.
discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, no movement, second round,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Mays. And please be.
I'm gonna pick up where I left off at. I'm gonna pick up where I left off at. You can suspend me for 30 days. Miss Machado, you've been playing favoritism. In my opinion, I don't watch your voting patterns. You ain't been here for 2-3 months, and you've been condoning Miss Liddell Lewis's bad behavior. She's been warning us, throwing us out, messing with the audience, and you steadily been condoning her bad behavior. You can appeal to Miss Burns if you want to. Don't matter to me. It don't matter to me, Miss Machado. It's true. Your voting record in 2-3 months condoning Ms. Liddell Lewis' bad behavior has been appalling. And people watching, they talking to me about it. I ain't sitting up here lying. You've been letting us give warnings for points of order, points of information. You just did one. Ain't received a warning yet. You and they click.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the 7th ward. I got appointed by them, and I don't want to offend them yet. You better hope you ain't offending them voters who watching you. Ooh, from Brennan Center to Tebow and all over up in there, because they talking to me. They talking to me about you. And they'll talk about this meeting tonight when you voted not to meet on an opera. They gonna talk about when you don't vote to suspend Liddell Lewis. See, I wanna speed something up right quick. I wanna get it close to the Eric Mays suspension. Madam Clerk and Madam Chair, I want to put a little heat on it. I want to amend this from 90 days to 60 days. And I so move.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to amend from 60 days to 30 days.
Oh, from 90 to 60.
Thank you very
Madam
much.
President, Madam Chair.
Is there support? There's a motion on the floor to amend the resolution from 90 to 60 days. Is there support?
Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Ms. Winfrey, I thank you for the support on that amended motion, because I really believe they would use 90 days for an excuse. But 60 days, you get a little tougher to make excuses. And then, you know, I want to have this done by the end of October. So that still gives me a meeting to go down Thursday. Because the point I'm trying to make is what they've done, in my opinion, is worse than a cuss word.
Yep.
But they played that cuss word to the hill. You got to have proper decorum. Mr. Mays, you got to have proper decorum. But when evil word that called me a narcissistic person, you didn't hear nothing about decorum. When Kate Fields gave me the finger, nothing about decorum. Miss Burns got away with a little bit tonight, and I'm proud of it. Because Miss Priestley talked to her nephew the other day, something about busting his
Yeah, that part. There he is over there.
See, everybody that had a little pants. Priestley that got hot under the collar, walked out, not proper decorum. Boy, they learned that word and ran away with it. Decorum.
Mr. Mays, our rules state that you are to address all remarks to members of the council and not to the audience. Please do so. Thank you.
Well, I'll get suspended for 30 days because I'm going to talk to these residents. I'm going to talk to them about you, Mashat, Liddell Lewis, and everybody else. And y'all going to be unelected, and I'm going to be still here because y'all didn't talk to the residents. These are my bosses. You ain't my boss. I'll take a 30-day suspension, a 60-day suspension when you try to keep me from talking to residents. Because talking to y'all sometimes is like talking to a brick wall. I'm going to appeal to the residents. I ain't studying appealing to you. You booked up for the next month.
Sure is.
You can't meet me. Wow. According to your words. I'm a pretty sharp guy, Miss Priest. And I'm a pretty good read of character and lack thereof. And y'all ain't impressed me with y'all character, discrimination, and different treatment. You're out of here, Mr. Mays. Oh, but that's Liddell Lewis.
Mr. Mays, please stay germane to the motion, and remember that you shall address all, according to Rule 28.1, you shall address all remarks to members of the council and shall not speak until...
I'm talking to you. You don't realize when I'm talking to you?
You're not looking at me.
I don't have to look at you to talk to you. I'm talking to you now, I ain't looking at you. You playing them tricky games.
Alabama game.
You try to act like Liddell Lewis warned me and told me, I'm Mr. Mays, look at me when I'm talking to you. Ain't no rule. 32.4, a council person must look at somebody and talk. Ain't no such rule. You're getting a little ridiculous. Because I'm turning the heat up. You gonna sit here and take an oath of office. I swear to live up to the Constitution of the state of Michigan. I swear to uphold the charter. And gonna vote no when a council member violates the charter. The charter says you can't take gifts and monies and gratuities, and you voted to uphold the charter, you and Mashat. But when it comes to Liddell Murphy and Quincy Murphy, they get on with that charter. You took oath of office to uphold it. They didn't disclose it. They took gifts, trinkets, didn't recuse themselves. And I'm talking to you, somebody who swore and took the oath of office to uphold the charter, but when it comes to your buddies, your little road dogs, your little running mates, I just can't see you do it. I would abstain or vote no before I do it. I don't want to see you go for 30 to 60 days for the damn.
Yep, that's all.
I just rather you miss meetings. Man, they done fought for 3 months to dodge these suspensions, and they ain't going nowhere yet. I'll be voting to amend it to 60 days for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, second round of discussion. Any other discussion in the second round? Hearing none, roll call vote to amend resolution from 90 days to 60 days. Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Shafts? No.
Wow. Yeah, I already knew that.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy?
No.
See? And what
No.
she say no? See
Vote is
that?
3 yes, 3 no. The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. We go back to our 90-day discussion. We've had discussion in the first round, we're in the second round, and only Mr. Mays has spoken. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Burns.
I'm in agreement that at this point, when things keep carrying over,
That's fine.
Liddell Lewis is a problem. It's a problem on this council. She's not here tonight. She makes Facebook posts, and now Facebook posts have gotten so out of hand that I believe Councilman Piper said that the FBI has had to be involved. She talks about residents, and then her mother does it too. I never seen nothing like it. Not ever. She was so quick to punish Councilman Mays, and it was on lickety split. She did not file a conflict of interest with the ARPA. When she got the $1,500 check, she did not disclose that either. She didn't. And according to the charter, it tells you, one, you should disclose it, and you should recuse yourself. One of the things that she got upset with was when Councilman Pfeiffer did ask her to not vote for Ashley Capital. And she was upset. He said, I will vote only if you recuse yourself. Because he didn't feel it was ethical. She didn't recuse herself. And she had a problem because those 5 votes, they post on their social media, started to slip away. She's the vice president of our council. We don't have a president right now. And there is more required and requested of you in a leadership position. She has not shown leadership skills. And I said openly, she doesn't possess the skill set. All of her meetings turn into dumpster fires. She puts out her own residents. Not once, but twice, but several times. She weaponizes the police against the audience to control them. Those are not things that you should do, especially in this community. If she cannot be truthful to us and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to recuse myself. Maybe I didn't know about the conflict of interest, that I should have disclosed it. But you know what, Councilman Pfeiffer? I'm going to recuse myself from this. She didn't. She was just brazen and she just went through. Because nobody's going to tell her what to do. Our charter is clear as it speaks to gifts. I was not in agreement with our city attorney for what his legal opinion was. And we challenged him. So if we let that go, so I can open up a nonprofit and everybody that does business with the city of Flint, we can take in money and still vote on their contract. So if it's Weinstein Electric, if it is complete towing, we can take money and still vote on their contracts, the resolution. Where do they do that at? Right. You can't do that. Right. And so why should we be allowing her to do that? She should be punished for many things, not just that.
But this is the one that we're dealing with. The charge is very clear. She should disclose it. She's a very intelligent person, and she got caught. And when Ashley Capital said, hey, we gave her money and, for housing, would you like some? No, orange is not my favorite color. No.
That's right.
If she's holding Councilman Mays, I know she doesn't like me, but she doesn't like me. And I think she feels, I don't think she likes the Councilman Jeffrey with regard to
She don't even like the
and she's difficult to work with. But she'll go home and she'll put on Facebook that we're the problem. She's not even here tonight. Her attendance is terrible now. She didn't show up to vote on one of them with the $50,000 trying to be slick. So no, she needs to be punished. She does. If cussing is a problem, then taking and not disclosing $1,500 should also be punishable. That is how I see it. And we can take whether I like you or not, the charter. Unless we can all start taking money. If so, everything that's on this agenda, I'm gonna go to all these companies that for a check. And we don't have to disclose it. So I don't know if it's a teachable moment, but it is a teachable moment. That this council should do better, especially when we took an oath.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Since we're talking about Liddell, I would like to give happy birthday to Liddell wherever I know she's not here today. And wherever she at, I hope she is enjoying her birthday. I probably won't be here either. But on to talking about this, to the attorney, girl, did we reveal publicly the letter that the attorney gave to, I don't think I was here. So, was it disclosed publicly? It was disclosed publicly on the legal opinion on the funding that Ashley Capital donated to Habitat for Humanity for the lawnmower, and also the $1,500 for, so we got a legal opinion. Are you familiar with that?
I am not familiar with that legal opinion. If the city attorney distributed it publicly, then it is public. But normally, legal opinions are confidential.
So, to any of my colleagues, was it disclosed publicly to this council, the legal opinion that the attorney gave to the city council?
Mr. Murphy, we voted to make that opinion public, and I read it. I read it out loud.
So it has been a legal opinion already, but we still here, and we still addressing this, and my colleagues deciding that they want to move forward on whatever it is, and they have the right. This is what democracy looks like. I would like to vote it up or vote it down so that we can move on, because we're still in special affairs. We got to go into city council. We want to try to get the business of the city of Flint done, and this is the business of the city of Flint. So I'd rather vote this up or down and be done with it, and if y'all bring it back, we'll deal with it then. But I'd rather vote it up and down so that we can move on, because we want to try to get the rest of the business of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's Ms. Burns who spoke. I put the wrong board number. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting, yes, to send this to council. I go by this charter. I took an oath to uphold this charter. And it states in section 1-602 under ethics, B-A, a public servant shall not accept gifts, gratuities, honorariums, or other things of value from any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint. Seeking official action from the city of Flint. Having interests that could be substantially affected by the performance of the public servant's official duties, or who is known to the public servant as a registered lobbyist. I stand by that.
That's right.
So with that being said, I'll be voting yes. And actually, Councilman Mays, within this resolution, it should be other things listed. It really should be.
Yeah. Get to it.
Everything that has happened up here, as far, even with the incident with Pfeiffer, okay, and Pfeiffer's family,
Yes.
Pfeiffer's family being threatened. It should be other things added into this resolution.
That's right.
I'll be voting yes. That's all I want to say right now. I'll say everything else I have to say until later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, I'll take my time. Basic law that I learned in college.
Which law?
An entity that is a 501c3 is separate from the individual. A corporation is separate from the individual. 501c3 is not Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis is not a 501c3. The 501c3 has she has no financial interest in a 501c3.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did she file a conflict of interest?
That is not necessary because they're separate entities.
No, it's not.
So,
Request for information.
what's your request?
So Ms. Priestley, is your belief that she was not the head on the organizational paperwork of 501c3?
Mr. Mays,
For
that,
information, she was not an officer of that.
Mr. Mays, that she has no financial interest in that organization.
Request for information. I'm not talking about presently, I'm talking about at that
I'm
time.
saying at that time, there is no financial interest in any 501c3 for any person. What is your
She
request?
does, is it true that she did hold the director and the president, therefore she was entitled to fees administrative?
Doesn't mean that they
But she
are.
would have been a fake, no.
Not all
She would have been
I'm
administrative.
gonna say this. Other people got to speak their say without being badgered or being point of information. This is my time, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say. The fact is, what is your request?
So Ms. Priestley, you said she had no interest, and so we just trying to clear up whether you knew or not she was an officer at that time.
It doesn't matter. Legally, it does not matter. What is your request? Enough, people! I have already asked you to please. No. I cannot hear you are
statement that she had no interest. I just wanted to clear up that you know, that you not know, and provide us that information, because my understanding is different.
Legally makes no difference. If she gets no financial information, she gets no financial interest, she has no financial interest. I'm gonna wait. Pause.
Now, wait a minute, Reverend Bill Gill. Where you going, sir? Oh, dinner time.
Officer Metcalf, you said she leaving. Yes, she said she leaving. Let her leave.
Okay, you can go ahead and start my clock. Okay, so, as I said, she has no financial interest in a 501c3. Financial interest means that she gets paid from it. There's no money there. They don't even file more than a postcard. That means that they get less than $25,000 a year in donations. They don't have to, they're not required to file a 990. This is, if I felt that this was a problem, and that there was a financial interest, and she received income from this, or she was benefiting from it in any way, I would support it. I do not feel that. I do not feel that way. This was a 501c3, a separate entity from Dr. Lewis. Thank you. Obviously, I cannot speak without being interrupted. Any other discussion? That was the end of the discussion. In the second round, this is the vote to suspend Dr. Lewis for 90 days.
Now, point of order.
What's your?
This is a motion to send it to council.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right.
That's a
It
big
is.
difference.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Mays. To send it to council. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Byrne?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes, 3 no. The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. The next resolution is, first of all, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, they got to be.
5-minute recess ordered without objection.
I object. No, I share.
Can't share.
Why they have an offer for that?
There is no one.
Oh, then that would be me.
No, that would not be you.
Well, you.
5-minute recess.
Now you break the rules. And that's, the stickler for the rules, people. And remember, I went to court for this other girl. Y'all don't remember that? Hurricane Road, I got up out of my seat, I was all in trial, representing myself. We got different rules back when in 2023, Lady Britt, we still got different treatment in 2023. I told them to let these rules go. And then you peeing on yourself.
Wow. Not recently. Release that money. Get money. Look. Go.
Well, gentlemen, I tried. Something in this little adapter is not allowing me to get audio through it, but I think I fixed it. I just got to get it into the system. Be patient. Beg your pardon? Oh, I don't see it as it being an incident with a black woman. I see it being an incident in the city council chambers. This is a public space. And if somebody wants to act that way in public, then they may get recorded that way in public. I beg your pardon? I did. I did record Eva. Eva walked out of the camera, and Tanya kept going. Sweetheart, I'm not going to be able to change your opinion. So there's no need for us to have this conversation. Shut the fuck up.
Paul, you ain't gonna say that. She didn't cuss at you. Now that was uncalled for. Now that was really uncalled for.
She's starting a conversation for nothing. Yeah, this old ass did. You don't want to start a conversation with me. You don't want to start a conversation with me. You want to start an argument, and I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. Do what you do. Do what you do, darling. I'm not down with that. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. You're next. Thank you, Winters. Talk about her. And she's still talking. Still talking. I just can't. I fixed the audio. It just sucks. It sounds really bad.
You going downstairs?
I can't.
You got a red board?
I think there's one.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah.
What are you giving him money for? What are you getting?
Mom's a bitch.
Why are you going downstairs?
It's a dope deal. What do you need?
What do you got?
Hey, you ain't got no
Whatever you want.
Oreo cookies. I think they made that.
There's Oreos and chip
You got the cookies in the
There's cakesters and regulars.
You ain't got the cookies in the cup?
I think there's Oreos down there.
Or peanut butter, it don't matter. Vanilla.
I got crackers. Some kind of cookie. Some kind of cookie. This little chick over here from the Ethics and Accountability.
Oh, she can't be.
It's still as loud.
If you got some cookies.
Yeah.
Mr.
I got you.
Can I have a moment of your time, please?
Wow. Third Ward Councilman, I see you. Oh, damn.
What you got? I got Pringles in
My
there.
mics are live. So understand whatever you say is being
Okay.
on the internet. We got potato chips, we got candy bars,
I got water. Oh, look at that's cute.
Yes, you put that on.
I like that. Look
All
at the
the
Monet.
Monets.
The
They're
Monet.
all Monets. Chris, you know that.
Yeah. You're impressed I know Monet?
Yeah.
I took fine arts. I was in music, but I know art.
Okay. So that's Berlin, right?
I don't know that.
Say you missed a couple classes.
I got Pringles. You got butter.
I'll be right back. I gotta get her a Snickers too for our room.
You put it down. I thought you didn't want it. positive. It's just so bad, baby.
There are 5 members present. The next resolution is resolution 230329, suspension of Councilman Quincy Murphy. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll make a motion that we send, resolution 230329, suspension of Councilman Quincy Murphy for Flint City Charter violations to council.
Okay, is there support? Support. Okay, it's been moved properly seconded to send resolution 230329 to council. Is there discussion? Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I will echo what I said as far as, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis. I stand by this charter. He violated the charter, therefore I'll be, supporting this motion to move, this resolution to, council. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any
Madam
other?
Chair.
Mr. Mays.
This is the resolution 230329.
Yes, sir.
And this is a motion to send it to council.
Yes.
This is a motion to suspend Quincy Murphy for 90 days. It hasn't been amended to 60 or 30. We did try that with Ms. Lewis. I'll bring it back for 60 or 30 because I'm gonna make a prediction, Bishop. Bishop, my prediction is that the vote might very well today be 3 yes and 3 no. I don't suspect Mr. Murphy gonna vote to suspend himself. I don't suspect that it's ready. Miss Candace Machette in the 7th Ward, or Miss Priestley in the 4th Ward is gonna vote to suspend Mr. Murphy no more than they voted to suspend Ms. Lewis. But the facts is different from Mr. Murphy. That he can correct me if I'm wrong. But based upon his own admissions over at the county building when they were remodeling his chambers, seems to me he admitted to having the $11,000 lawnmower. If he says he got it in order to cut grass and better his neighborhoods. Well, I remember I bought one with my own money for $9,000 cash to better the neighborhood. But in this case, Mr. Murphy met with Ashley Capital. They agreed on the expenditure and funneled the money in the lawnmower through Habitat for Humanity to him. It's not proper. It's in violation of the charter to get gifts, things of value, in order to vote in favor of a $72 million deal for Ashley Capital. That would be like me wanting a 2024 Cadillac, getting Ashley Capital to give it the Moon's funeral home, and then Moon give it to me. You can't do that.
That's right.
Habitat for Humanity do business with us as well. Mr. Murphy should have recused himself on the votes dealing with Habitat for Humanity. He should have Miss Priestley made a speech that said Liddell didn't gain anything. I wanna hear her speech when she gets to Mr. Murphy not gaining the use of that $11,000 line. Do you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Murphy, do you keep it at your house?
What?
I expected that. See, we have a right to put Liddell, Lewis, and Mr. Murphy under oath. If they could commit perjury if they chose, it'd be facing a felony. Or you can remain silent and not incriminate yourself as he just did. But he didn't do that over at the county. He already admitted and spoke on some things. And so that's the problem he had. It is the problem Ms. Priestley had, and I'll wait to hear her as she talks about him not receiving anything of value as she attempted to with Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion? Madam Chair? Yes.
In the first round.
Yes, in the first round.
And I know this is difficult, and I know Councilman Murphy is here to actually having to go through this. Does he use that lawnmower to cut everything? Yes, he does. I don't know if he got kind of mixed up in it.
The question is, if you move them,
What's your request?
could you move the mic closer so I can hear?
Yes. That kind of ordinance is laid out up here. So I was going over that in my, yes. So, here's my thing. That money with Ashley Capital was, in my opinion, yes, the project was a good project. They were trying to ensure they got the 5 votes. They had told people, it was being told, don't go through the rest of the council. I have my 5 votes. I have my 5 votes. Don't go through the council. So when Ashley Capital asked, I want something, no, I do not want anything. I think, in my opinion, I think his heart was to say the lawnmower he needed to cut, everybody knows he cuts grass. And he's very particular to cutting the grass. And that's his thing, is they still go and cut the grass into a part. But then there's a way how we do it. And we follow the proper process and procedure. The legal opinion did not speak to the additional $4,750 that Ashley Capital gave. So the legal opinion was, to me, would be invalid because it didn't speak to all the money that Ashley Capital gave. It spoke to the $11,000 lawnmower, but it didn't speak to the $4,750. So if we don't punish or do something to our members, we have a very slippery slope. Literally, we can all, we've been taught how to do it. Go through a nonprofit, and then you don't benefit from it. Go through a nonprofit, if you have a nonprofit. And so, now it tells us how we can do it and get away with it. I'm not comfortable with that. And we should just stick with no gifts, period. Because that's what the charter says. No gifts, non-rare, none of that. You can't do it. People go to prison. Spivey in Detroit went to prison for the same thing. And so what precedents are we setting if we say our members didn't do anything wrong, they didn't benefit? If you have a nonprofit, you can get administrative fees. Administrative fees is a salary. That's going to benefit you, whatever you choose to do with it. You choose to pay your mortgage, you choose to go shopping, you benefit. So I don't agree with that term that you don't benefit. I think that things got caught up and it wasn't going to ever come out. I know that Ashley Capital probably rolled way back when they told me in that church that they had given gifts. and lawnmowers, and Halloween events, and debit cards, Visa cards, and clothes, and toys. And I think when he did that, I think he did it for his community, to little children to benefit. But there's a process that we have to follow. Everybody, you can't take money. They tried to get us for it. Liddell Lewis tried to get us for a shirt we paid for. Put us up on, put our pictures up on there. And then had Doug come and tell us how we was wrong with my perfectly manicured finger, and then warned me when I went to show him the receipt.
And lied and said it hit him.
Yeah. So when we talk about this whole process, we pay for our shirts. I paid for my Mont Fest shirt, the purple and the turquoise one. You have to be very careful when you're being nasty to people and talking crazy, that this might come back on you. And they don't get that part. You have to be careful. I mean, our picture was all up on there. And they took shirts. I don't respond to everything. Doug skipped up here and was just as proud and wanted me to demand to tell the city attorney, and it was just wrong. Wrong. And so, do you take the high road, or do you say, I'm gonna take the get even road? And this is where we at. I hate that they took that money and they didn't disclose it. But that's not my problem, because I didn't take no money. And so, where do we go as a council that we're setting the precedence that we can take money if we set up a nonprofit, because we're not benefiting from it, according to other council members. It's a slippery slope.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
I know, and I believe that Mr. Murphy and Liddell Lewis want this to go away. If Candace Machad, Liddell Lewis, and Mr. Murphy don't vote to move this to council today, I'm gonna bring it back the next meeting. From 90-day suspension to 60 or 30 days. But they were so gun-ho coming at me and easily voted to suspend me for 30 days for cussing. Now here they done got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And this ain't no small potatoes deal. This is big potatoes. This is major potatoes. You talking about a $72 million deal for the Buick City project. Major. And the vote passed with 5 votes. Because Liddell and Quincy had been compromised, locked and loaded. Can you imagine the headlines if Ashley Capital didn't get them 5 votes? They done sold their soul and their politics for a lawnmower and some trick-or-treat pins. Wow! Unbelievable. These same two that voted easily to suspend me for 30 days. Now the tables have turned. Mr. Murphy ain't gonna sit here and vote to suspend himself, is he?
No.
His buddies, the foolish five, Candace Machad and Priestley, part of that 5, evil word and missing in action. They not gonna vote to suspend Mr. Murphy, but they took an oath of office to uphold the charge.
Yes.
You let me do a $72 million deal and tell them I want a Cadillac and I'm driving it and admitting it. They'll throw me under the jail.
That's right.
Mays compromised his vote and didn't vote. That's how he got that black Cadillac, 2024.
Good, God Almighty.
It ain't no different. I think that $11,000 lawnmower drive 2024. Oh, he fried, cutting grass and pressing the neighbors. See, Mr. Murphy always used to like to cut grass and cut the park. But you're a councilman now. You can't cut deals to get equipment. You might well get 3 lawnmowers, cut 2 more deals. And if Candace Machette and them condone it, that's on their oath of office. We deal with them later. They raised their right hand and swore to uphold the charter. Oh, but when Ms. Brown and this swore in, they said we swear to uphold the charter except for when it comes to Liddell, Lewis, and Quincy Murphy. I just didn't have that part in my oath. They took says except for punishing Liddell Murphy, Lewis, and Quincy Murphy. When Murphy took the oath, he said except for punishing me.
Wow.
They forgot to leave that except out when I took it. Really, you should be glad you get a 30 to 60 or 90-day punishment, because if them beds get a hold to you, you might be in the penitentiary.
Good, God Almighty.
You can't run from it now. The record has recorded it. You can admit it. Candace Machette can mess up her reputation upholding wrongdoing, and so can Judith Priestley, and I'm going to help her. Because I'm going to talk about it loud and repeatedly. Let's see how this flows up. If they don't vote to suspend them 90 days, I'm bringing it back to 30.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call vote to send resolution 230329 to council. Mr. Shell?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Murphy Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Burr?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. Our next resolution is 230334. Mr. Murphy separated that out. Entertain a motion.
I want to move resolution 230334 to council.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to move resolution 230334 to council. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mays.
Somebody mentioned earlier in this meeting that we get the resolution, this resolution 230334. This is a resolution to lease. It seems like it's that Huntington Bank on Cloud Road up there by Popeye's Chicken. It seems like they want to lease that. Neely is proposing to lease that to do a pilot project where people can go pay their water bills and things of that nature. Now, they can go pay their water bill at Landmark, I used to. Am I right about it?
They still can.
If you can go pay your water bill and stuff at Landmark, why would you put one on Cloud Road versus over here on the south side, or the east side, or the west side? What's the deal with that lease for that Huntington Bank on the north side that close to Landmark? I'm concerned about this. I had a resident call me. She liked it, but I told her I'm concerned about it. I mean, is it just so you can go to the drive-thru and put that little canister and go you know, the price of it to lease it for that type of thing. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, can you come and tell me how many employees are expected to be in there servicing people and what they gonna do specifically? Can you tell me whether or not they gonna be able to use the drive-through and put it in that little thing and that chute goes? Well, I know it takes y'all a minute to walk up here, I ain't got the three. How many employees?
At this point, I'll through the chair to Mr. Mays. At this point, I believe it's two scheduled to.
You mean two people gonna operate that whole building?
Well, sections of it. We're also talking about some other aspects of.
Well, let's talk about it now. It's before me now. What other aspects? What else gonna be in there?
There was some talk about also having police mini station.
A police mini station. I thought it was a police mini station right there on Bishop and MLK. And I thought we also got a police station right there in Hasselbury. So now you got customer service and another police mini station. Is this a political ploy? Is this a political brainstorm of you and Mr. Neely to spend some money to impress people? What do you think? You was in on the planning?
I've been a part of the planning, yes, Mr. Mays. And it's
Why
not.
y'all didn't bring me in on it?
It's not a political ploy.
Why you didn't bring me in on it? It's in my ward. The ward I represent. It's a political ploy, ain't it? For me it is. I see it as a political ploy. How many more police mini stations you gonna have in the first ward? That would be 3. Is it one I'm missing?
Is there some limitation on protection in the first ward?
Hell, I called the police from first ward residents and can't get them. Got 2 mini stations and can't get them. So the 3rd mini station, I'm gonna be able to call and bam, they there instantly. I doubt it. It's a political ploy. It sounds good on paper. If they go, so can they pay property tax at Landmark or just water bills? Right down the street they can pay at Landmark.
You asked.
Did you know that?
What's your question to me?
Did you know they could pay at Landmark right down
No,
the street?
I had no idea.
Did?
No, I don't.
Neither didn't know it neither?
I said
I
I
better
did.
think about it.
I said
When
I
you was
did
in the
not.
planning on it, you just said.
I said I was in the planning about the facility, not about Landmark.
No, that thing was right down the street taking.
That's
Thank you, Mr.
correct.
Mays.
I did not.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Michelle? I actually heard her first anyways.
Through you to Mr. Edwards. I noticed it said that associated costs will be provided from the National Opioid Settlement Support. I'm just wondering, how this fits into the opioid settlement money, like how are we justifying using that money for this? Will there be some services inside there as well, or?
No, there was a certain percentage of it that we took it through the law department. There's a certain percentage of the money that you're able to use for various purposes.
Okay, and I know we talked about, water bills and other city fees, so they will be able to pay property taxes there as well. So is it just gonna function as like another extension of City Hall, so all of the services that they can pay for here, it will be closer to those Northside residents for them to pay for there?
That's correct. It's coming out of the treasurer's office, so it'll be, or have the capability of you being able to pay other things, not just water.
Okay, and I know that there is also, you just mentioned that there will be a police mini station aspect of it.
That's been a discussion.
It's a discussion, so that's not settled. But my question there, and I guess since you're still hammering it out, because this sounds like this will stay here. So once this comes back before us, will we have the appropriate manpower to add another mini station there? Or how is that going to work now? Because I know we do have a mini station on Bishop, found out apparently there's a mini station in Hasselgreen. I don't think I've ever seen a police officer over there, and that's just me being honest, not being funny. So I'm just wondering if you all do that, how will the police manpower be spread out to make sure that the police are actually at that mini station? But again, since you're still working that out, I'm assuming you'll have that answer once you come to it. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mrs. Burns, sorry.
Thank you. So, a police mini station over there. Next year, the contract is up with the police officers that signed it 3 years. You're gonna have 20 officers that will have the ability to leave the city of Flint. And morale is a problem. And a lot of them are saying they're leaving. Chief didn't show up for my meetings. He was told by the mayor to not show up. 6th Ward is pissed. So I get a video today, 1100 block of Leland, and I was just showing Councilman Murphy Carter. It's 12 o'clock, it's a shooting. I had 3 DOA, or I'm sorry, there were 3 opioid. Was it 2 Friday, maybe 10 days ago? On Friday, on the church steps of Bethel, 7:30 a.m., overdose, dead. A block over, his girlfriend, they gave her Narcan, she later died. McQueen Street, by 1 o'clock, a 3rd opioid death, dead. I called Police Chief Green, he didn't answer. But y'all giving directives that they can't talk to certain people. We gotta send ridiculous email. I don't know how email, if I'm sending it to you to get to Chief Green, or have somebody if they get shot. We got a problem. Y'all keep ignoring these gunshots and these opioids. People dying.
Yes, they are.
You worry about a water bill?
Yes, they
With some
are.
opioid money?
Yes, they are.
Man,
No. People can mail it in. You can call it in over the phone and pay it. You can pay it online. You can pay a landmark. And I don't think that's the only place that you can pay.
Kroger's, DNR.
So when we talk about what our priorities is, it's a nice building. So what else is going to be in that building? Because people are dying, and you're using opioid money for this? At $6,500 a month is the rent. And you're using opioid money. It's $4,500. Did you divide, is it 78,000?
4,500.
Divided by 12?
Madam,
How much is it?
it's $108,000
Okay,
per
so
year.
Okay. And divide that by 12, I didn't cut my calculator off again, but, so it's more than my 6,500 per month, thank you. People are dying, and this is not the use of the opioid money for me. If you open up a rehab, a center, we're doing counseling, and we're showing how to prevent, how to help these families with the trauma. Do something, intervention. These people are dying. By 1 o'clock, Mr. Edwards, almost 2 Fridays ago, I had 3 people dead. And y'all worried about a water bill? Were you gonna pay it? Whether you were drug addict or not, that's somebody's child. Somebody gave birth to them. And y'all are not paying attention to what's going on. I got a problem with Chief Green. Y'all don't want him to talk. He didn't show up for a meeting. Your police chief didn't show up for a meeting. You got a gun violence problem. Because you're the city administrator. They go to you. You have a gun violence problem. You have the Regencies or the Midtown, they got a shooting almost every day. I think out of 10 days, 3 or 4 people got killed. Y'all don't want to talk about that. When people send this stuff because they beg, the gentleman that texted me to send me this, and I don't know what the city Facebook page is, Police still ain't showed up for the shoot. They got out in front of the like 3-4 houses down, jumped out, shot, gunfire was exchanged, 1100 block of Leland. And y'all worried about pay your water bill? We have police administrations. There's one in my ward. Staff that 24/7. We got all kinds of problems. Well, first off, we might have to get the police chief to show up for our meetings. That ain't happening. This is the priorities. And I know you have to stand there and be happy when it's done, but I'm not voting for this. No, we're not spending opioid money for that. Use it for what the purpose is for. People with addictions.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Rickard.
And I echo the sentiments of my colleague here in the 6th Ward. She basically said everything that I want to say, but I will not be voting for this, and I certainly will not be voting to use the national opioid settlement money. No. This money is earmarked to take care of those residents who have a problem with opioids. This is not, I don't understand how you guys are trying to use this money for a water service center. Yeah, I just don't understand it. We need to help the people. We have a problem here in this city.
That's right.
I can't vote for this. This is wrong. So I'll be voting no. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the first round, yes. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I wouldn't mind supporting this for 1 year just to see how it works. Because over there on Clio Road, we get a lot of high traffic. I was just over at the laundromat this weekend, and the cars are speeding up and down. If you put a filling station right there, but if it ain't open at night, it ain't gonna be no good for the weekend because there won't be nobody there if the mini station is just gonna be open in the daytime. I'm not against supporting this for a year to see how it looks. However, the opium epidemic is real, and I don't see nowhere in this that it's going to better the crisis that we deal with when it comes down to opium by this service center being open. And then on the east side, I know for sure between my ward, the 3rd and the 4th ward, we got a big opium epidemic crisis over there on the east side that need to be addressed. So I will hope that something is put together by the administration to deal with the opium epidemic on the east side, because it's heavy and it's bad over there. And I'm not saying that it's not happening in any other person ward or any other part of the city of Flint, but over there it's real heavy. And you know, we always get across between me and Judy start off taking these funds and opening up a customer service center for other, usage of the opium dollars, when at the end of the day, it still ain't addressing the opium epidemic, and that's the reason why we receive the funding. But I'm not against, using that place as a pilot for 1 year to see how it works, what the numbers look like, dividing the people that utilize that center. I'm not against it, so I would be willing to support it just for 1 year to see what it is. $108,000, $4,500 a month. Ain't that bad. It's a nice place. I rode by there the other day, and I knew you guys were looking to try to do this, so I was aware of it, and I'm not against it, and I will be supporting it for 1 year, but I won't be supporting funding, taking opium dollars to fund other projects outside of the opium crisis. My colleagues made a good point that, you know, they really ain't addressing the opium, you know, so I'm not interested in funding other projects, but I will do this one.
Thank you. I'll take my time, talking about these mini stations. There's been talk since I've been on council about putting one in at the Franklin Avenue Mission. Still not happening. There's no contract. There's no movement on that. And there are many stores that take water bill payments. Corey's is one on the east side. I have a concern about staffing. How are we going to staff this? We can barely keep enough staff to maintain our current services rather than expand them. And in regards to the opiate money, I think there's so much money coming into the city for that settlement. And I think it's imperative that we be thoughtful and deal with the prices. Addiction is a bitch. I had several family members addicted to several different drugs over the years, and I'm lucky that they're still here with me. And 40 years of, in some cases, 30 years, excuse me, not 40, of addiction. So, and they did come through, but not without OD. And and I know that there's been overdoses, people who died of overdoses in the fourth ward found in abandoned buildings. Addiction is mental as well as physical. Overcoming addiction is very difficult. I don't know that there is an exact answer for that, but we do have to use the money wisely. So before I talk about even putting money into a mini station into a building that we're going to be renting and putting a mini station there, I want to see one on the third and fourth floor so that we can have that protection. There's so much frustration across the city on the lack of police response. And so I'm going to vote no on this proposal. I just don't think it's the proper use of this money. It might be allowable, but with as many people dying on the streets as we have, I don't think it's a wise use. The first use of money, I believe, was approved or is before us to fund the public health office. That I have no problem with. This isn't in regards to public health. This is just a convenience or a political ploy. I don't know what the correct answer is for it, but I would rather see it going towards a public health emergency of opiate addiction rather than having a payment place when there are other places available that really don't cost us much, if anything, to service except for the electronic payments. So, yes, what's your?
Did you say addiction is a bitch?
I did.
Wow! Really trying to castrate black people.
All right, now, any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, ma'am.
Mr. Mays.
That's why I wish y'all would ease up on me and my cuss words.
Everybody else.
When they come to me, they have a reform, and then actually move on that reform. Mr. Edwards, I don't think this resolution has the votes. It don't sound like this resolution has the votes. Why wouldn't y'all communicate with me or anybody about this? Why y'all just bring this stuff up and put it out in the news? You don't know the answer to it.
No, I have one for you, sir.
I know the answer. You want to hear my answer?
I'm figuring you're gonna tell me anyway.
Not necessarily, but I will tell you. But I'm telling the people who listen, politics, gamesmanship. You know, I used to sit on the council with me. I watched him as a state rep. I've been watching him as a mayor. Politics. I listen to what's said on 1420 on Saturdays. Politics. This guy wasn't a dynamic councilman. He wasn't a dynamic state rep. And now he proved to me and a lot of people that he ain't a dynamic mayor.
We can agree that's a matter of opinion.
Say what?
I said we can agree that's a matter
I know you think he the greatest thing since sliced bread. Cause he paid you 89,000 to say that.
It has nothing to do with it.
Oh, you just think he the best mayor we done had?
I believe he is a upstanding individual.
Do you believe he's the best mayor we done had? Since you want to interrupt me and say you disagree, do you believe he's the best mayor that we done had?
I say he would be in the top.
The top what, 10?
Top 5, probably.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I have to look at all them people on the wall. I have to look at C.S. Mott. I have to look at Woodrow Stanley, Rutherford, Weaver. I have to look at a bunch of them. But you might have already did that, and you put it in the top 5. I think Weaver did a hell of a thing called the emergency and the strategy of the water crisis. I believe Neely and Gretchen Whitman messed that settlement up. They settled prematurely for $600 million, and some people ain't gonna get what they want because of the way it was structured. I believe that Weaver got rid of a $12 million deficit and created a $20-some million surplus, and I bet you Neely couldn't show a deficit. Yeah, he's gonna show some deficits in the budget. And if it ain't for the ARPA funds, we'd be in big trouble. So I wanna see what puts him in the top 5 with you. Cause he go on the radio and tell the residents, I'm doing a fantastic job. His words. Is that what put him in the top 5? Cause you interrupted me to tell me that you disagree with me. You disagree. We'll see what the people say. At the end of the day, he better get moving. And one of the moves he needs to make is to come aboard his council voluntarily. So, we can agree to disagree. You've had a turnover in department kicking around. And it's got the city in chaos. The ARPA fund and these processes, mayors don't even get a chance to pass out 97 million. And he's about to blow that. But you think he's doing a fantastic job. Because he paid you. His hair got something to do with that. It's got something to do with that 90,000 or whatever you make it and you worth it paying. Yes, it do.
I was with him in Lansing.
I respectfully disagree with you. It's got something to do with who you pick as your boss.
That's totally yours.
And continue to try to do a
Thank
fantastic.
you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So the mini station, which is $9,000 per month, we will have more than likely a staffing problem because we know that contract that the 20 officers do will expire next year. So why waste $9,000 per month of opioid money when 20 officers will be eligible to leave the city of Flint that signed the signing bonus? And we already have a staffing problem. This administration, we have not seen what is the opioid plan. Where is this administration's plan on dealing with it? We have the opioid money. Where is the opioid plan? Until you get a opioid plan, I will never approve anything. Never, ever. Because I take this serious. When you see somebody dead, not once, but twice, but three, but four, but five, but six, and 7, and 8, and 9, and it's all parts of town. You know, when you see someone unconscious and unresponsive, and you can't touch them to even check to see if they're breathing, because there may be fentanyl on them.
Whoa.
I've done that.
Whoa.
So I'm not gonna let y'all just come through here and misuse opioid money when you have no plan. You don't have a plan. Y'all keep coming up here, but since Chief Green ain't taking my calls, it's a dope house in the 3100 block of Rascal. They selling bad dope. Can you get that message to him? It's bad dope on Rascal. Oh, as a matter of fact, that ain't in my ward no more. That's the missing councilwoman's ward that she ain't taking their calls that they calling me. Liddell Lewis is not here, and when she don't answer her phone, those people who are desperate, who need help, they call me. They're selling bad dope on Rascal, and people are dying. They are dying. Yeah. Now you look on Keeping the Community Informed or Flint Police Operations, you'll see, just start scrolling. Unresponsive male, unresponsive female. People have, you had 2 people had a fentanyl overdose and drove into the cemetery and died last year into Graceland. How do you not have a plan to deal with it? You got the money, but you don't have a plan? How do you not have a plan? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. We have a problem. On a Sunday last year, West Church on Beecher Road, corner Beecher and Court, right before church, it was a DOA. In the bus stop, the needle was there, dead, fentanyl, overdose. And I could keep going on. But y'all worried about some water payments? You got all them cruisers out there, you can't put officers in them. What you gonna get the mini station for? Another one. You have a staffing problem. We on, I think, our 6th or 7th CFO. We can't get a DPW. And you default the DPW because you're the city administrator. We have had almost every department has had a turnover. Our water is important. I don't get how y'all process and how you prioritize. I'm gonna keep speaking up about it. And if Chief Green don't want to talk to me privately, we can talk publicly all day. But it's a bit more embarrassing. It's a bit more. It's not my job to go ask them and knock on the door. Are you a drug house selling dope? That's not my job. y'all have a directive to tell them to not take off, and they do it. I ain't never seen nothing like it. He out here telling people he controlled the police department. That ain't nothing to be proud of at this point. It's not. Not when this person sent me 1100 block of Leland shooting today. I can keep going on. Thomas Street had 3 or 4 shootings. Houses firebombed. We got a drug problem. Till y'all get a plan, you owe it to the residents. You owe it to yourself. When you wear a cross on your lapel and a Jesus hat, you should be Christian-like and make sure you got an opioid plan and save some people's lives. This is important. And it's every side of town. Every side.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mrs. Stein.
Through you to Mr. Edwards. So I understand what the intention is as far as getting the center, the service center on the north side to make it easier for north side residents to also cut down on them having to pay fees at the corner store, to give them more access to city services in case they are maybe not along the bus line or they do not have the extra cash to catch the bus to get downtown. I understand giving the access to the handicap. I understand everything that this is meant to do. I just think that everyone's concerned when we talk about the opioid settlement funds, and I do want to give you an opportunity to explain one more time. However, I am going to tell you, I think we are all in agreement that those funds, we would like to see them go toward what they should be used for. But like I said, I am going to give you an opportunity here to explain one more time of why those the settlement funds, you all think that's going to be a good idea. So go ahead, and then I'm going to take the rest of my time.
Oh, simply put, as I stated before, the portion of that is allowable for this type of expense, but there is a plan to work with the greater portion of what those settlement funds represent. But that part has not come to full fruition where we can bring that part to council.
Is there going to be a possibility at that service center that there are some sort of opioid services that happen there? And in what way will that help with the opioid settlement funding?
Anything is in the realm of possibility at that particular center. That's a good sized building where you can have additional services. With respect to the police mini station operation, a lot of those kind of activities sometimes are manned by volunteers as a part of that process. So when Councilwoman Burns was talking about officers, I know that there are volunteers that actually help and support these stations in their operation.
Mm-hmm. And so, since you brought that up, we can go back to whether or not it will be properly staffed or manned with police officers that will be there, because as stated, we have other mini stations that are not necessarily getting the support, or they don't have the officers in the stations, I should say. And I think that Councilman Murphy brought up a good idea, and I'm not sure if it's possible, if maybe the mini station can have different hours of operation. Maybe some later in the evening on into the night. I'm not quite sure how this works. I'm sure it's a plan that you all have to work out, but is that something that you've considered of changing the hours of operation for that particular mini station to have police staff at hours where we see higher crime rates around that time in that area?
Yeah, of course that's a possibility. I think one of the things that propelled the idea in its origination was the convenience, the ability for people to be able to drive through, to have that convenience to come to that particular location. I know they mentioned, Councilman Mays and some others mentioned these other locations. I don't know if there are fees that are included when you go to these other stops. But this is meant to be a place where it's an extension of City Hall, therefore, yeah, there wouldn't be any of those fees. It's just more convenience. It's on the bus line for those people that don't have transportation. So those were some of the considerations that were a part of developing that plan.
Like I said, I understand. I see what this is meant to do. I would not necessarily be opposed to a one-year pilot, but I just want to make sure that we are considering all possibilities here, and that before we say yes to something like this, there are a few more things that are covered, such as, you know, the policing and the manpower, what that will look like. But I do understand the service center and what it was designed, doing how it was designed to help residents on the north end. I completely understand where you were going with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no more movement, roll call vote to send resolution 230334 to council. Mr. Mays.
No.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? No. Murphy Carter?
No.
Kern?
No.
Michelle?
I'm gonna abstain from the performance review.
Vote is 1 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
Vote is 1 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. That motion fails. The next item of business is 230343. Mr. Murphy, you separated that. I would entertain a motion.
Is it, the second one, resolution, 230343.1?
Hold on, just 230343.1 is the amended resolution to 230343. However, we have to amend 230343 to the point 1. And that's why is that my understanding? Ms. Davina, could you explain that to them, please?
Yes, I put it on the resolution because you briefly talked about it at the next meeting, before you lost the form, and knew that the administration wanted it to replace the other one. The resolution itself, not the backup material, that stays the same, but the 7-page resolution was amended, and they wanted to replace it with this one. So this should be the one, whatever you decide to do, the point 1 is the one that you should be making the motion.
So we should amend 230343 to 230343.1.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend resolution 230343 to 230343.1?
Yes. I would like to move, amend resolution 230343 to 230343.1. Move the council.
Okay, there's a motion. I think we should do it one at a time.
Oh, you want me to move one at a time?
Yes. I know.
All right. Well, I would like to move resolution 230343 to council.
Point of order.
What's your point?
If you read the notes and you listen to what the clerk said, whatever action we take on 230343.1 is going to be the simple action of 230343. So, you know, I think the best motion, if you're going to separate it, you just do an amendment to 230343. But was that separated? Was 343 separated?
Mr. Murphy, would you like to restate?
Madam Chair.
Yes, that was separated. Both of
Madam
them.
Chair, I don't want to be a stickler, but that's how we get into trouble. Now, here I am talking on a point of order, and y'all down there having a separate meeting and you talking. Remember, we used to rule on both point of order and let them finish, but you've been a little cocky lately, and I've been letting it go, so I'm gonna let this go, but remind you how really it works.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So let me, move the, 230343.1.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend resolution 230343 to resolution 230343.1. Is there support?
I'll support that.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to do the amendment. Motion to amend is 5 minutes, 2 rounds.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
I think the easiest way for me to do this is to do an amendment to this motion that 230343.1 and 230343 be moved back to Finance Committee. So
Both resolutions?
that is
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send both resolutions 230343 and 230343.1 to council. Is there support?
no
Or it's to finance, so sorry. Then you're right, to finance. Is there support?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to send resolutions to finance. That's 1 round of 3 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, the reason that I made that substitute or amended motion is because we hashed out these ARPA fund resolutions. And the way we have attendance tonight, I don't see either the 343 or the 343.1 moving to council. So I'm trying to save time and send them back to Finance Committee because I just don't believe, and I could be wrong, that neither one of them is going to pass and neither form tonight. And so, you know, $31 million worth of ARPA fund money coming before us, no details, no talking. It's getting late in the hour. And $31 million is a lot of money. Now, I'm willing to stay here 1, 2, 3 in the morning. It matters less to me. I don't know if we'll have the administration here, but I make that motion for the sake of time. I've seen Brian Drzezinski been here since the beginning of the meeting, and I know for me, I can't do $31 million for ARPA funds in 2 rounds of 5 minutes under the rules and so forth and so on. So my point has been made. I think I've made the appropriate motion. I'll see what folks here do. We do it quick or we go the long haul. But that's where I stand and that's what I believe should happen at this point with this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? I would take my time. I prefer to see this motion drop permanently, indefinitely. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in a hot place of passing, even with everybody here. Spending, this resolution has TBD, to be determined. You know, this council voted, last year, or, into the middle of the first year of our term, saying no ARPA money should be spent without our approval. And that means we need to know who's getting the money. So I'm not in favor of sending this back to finance. I will vote for it, but I prefer that we drop it indefinitely. All right. Any other discussion? Amended motion? Okay. Motion to, this is the vote to send resolutions 230343. I'm going to make a motion to drop indefinitely 230343 and 230343.1. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly second to drop 230343 and 230343.1. And that is, one round of 3 minutes. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you the reason I'm not gonna support that is because when you go over here under administration, we talk about 3 internal administrative staff for 3 years to process external payment requests and do quarterly reporting. I have some questions on that. That might also help when we, have further discussion about the ARPA money and giving certain amounts to residents. Because if this means what I think it means, then that will definitely change how I go and move with, some of these ARPA dollars. So I have some questions about what this 3 internal administrative staff for 3 years is for. So that's why I will not be voting for that, because I want to have that answer.
Okay, and any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mace. Go ahead, Mr. Mace.
Yeah, my position is that when I see neighborhood improvements, I say it publicly, not just to Ms. Clara Quinn, but to the public. I'm gonna ask that, home improvements, that category, those type of improvements be increased from that 5 million to 20 million at least. The forms that was filled out show us 7.5 million last I checked with Ernst and Young. And when we start fixing on folks' houses, it's gonna, more people gonna apply and wanna apply. So that amendment for me is gonna have to be made. As far as all the other categories, I'm not gonna discuss that in 2 rounds of 5 minutes. I'm still gonna be pushing for a special meeting, regardless of who come and don't come. That's gonna be my attempt. And if y'all ain't careful, those who don't wanna come or who are too busy or vote no on a special meeting, I think you might have 5 people who gonna pay attention and y'all gonna get left out on some of this planning. So this ain't the night for it. I'll vote to postpone these indefinitely and start from scratch with new resolutions, but this ain't gonna get it for me. And it ain't gonna get it moving into council. 5 minutes of discussion ain't gonna get it for me in finance committee. But I'm ready to start over from scratch and get this money allocated properly and right in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I would have liked to, it needs to be dropped. I'm not supporting anything. How we gonna give money to a no-name entity? That doesn't make sense. Also, the 12-person ARPA committee. Tonight, we were told by the chief of staff, the city administrator, that the resolution, some of the other resolutions, how to be enrolled in. I'm not agreeing. This whole ARPA process is completely flawed, non-transparent. It's operated in secrecy and darkness. We still have, I believe in the parks part, Cyrus Park will be getting $50,000. If Councilmember Liddell Lewis was here, she would have to refrain from, or recuse herself from voting on this. We have not seen a form stating it's a conflict of interest. And Councilwoman Machette, you have one for the, I believe, you know, this one? Okay. So those ones with the to be determined, and they weren't on one prior. They came back, I guess something was removed because the prior one didn't have, it had names, and they came back with to be determined. I don't know how you give money to I don't know how you do that. I mean, that's like writing a check off the cash at the bank, and you don't even see that anymore. is, we do not have a president of the council to steer us in the right way, to work with administration. And until we have leadership that doesn't have their hands in the cookie jar, asking for their own money, it's gonna remain a problem. Is our work important to this community? Yes. Attorney Linda Coley wrote something, and she spoke out very well on it. And basically she was saying, you know, we need to be careful with what she said, this administration. I haven't agreed with her on some things, but I agree with her fundamentally on this and her view and how we need to be careful how this money is. She wrote a good opinion, and it's worth reading. I am going to share it later to my page because she stated, and I probably should have pulled it up to read portions of it. We have to be careful what we're doing and how things are being done. And this to be determined, there's not even a process. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to drop resolution 2303.3 and 2303.3.1. Yes.
I thought it was a motion you made.
Postpone indefinitely. Yes, you're right. Postpone indefinitely. Postpone indefinitely. Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Byrne?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Yes.
Four yes, two no. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. We're back to the original motion to send resolution 230343 and 230343.1 to finance. Discussion has only been Mr. Mays and myself. Yes, Mr. Mays.
The original motion was to amend 3432 or 343.1.
I didn't go, thank you. I did not go back far enough, but I knew you were in my head. I just didn't say it clearly. Thank you very much for clarifying that. So the only people who have spoke so far is Mr. Mays and myself. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We're going back to the regular, going back to.
This is the vote to send 230343 and 230343.1 to finance.
To finance. I mean, that one failed.
Correct.
Okay.
Did you want to discuss?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
I do want to say, I'm going to say a portion of what Attorney Linda Coley said because it's very relevant. She said this administration is now circulating a resolution which brings all the remaining funds under the control of the administration to be assigned to various departments. I have uploaded to Flint Doxford and it is available for anyone to review. This administration apparently intends to cut council out of the approval process, which is so far removed from the charter requirements that it leads me to believe that it must be a drafting error. It seems that the administration and its departments intend to assume full control of the programs, funding, and contractors engaged for all the remaining ARPA money. This administration has a passion for secrecy, but even so, it's alarming that even considered such a proposal. I hope they decide to not submit to council committee. If they do attempt to offer such a resolution, it is my hope that the chronic abstainers, I would say she was saying me, I would be included in that, but I abstained for a reason. And now I think she should see why I didn't abstain. Will join the rest of the council in shooting this proposal down unanimously. The point of these crucial funds should not be determined behind closed doors. Watch and see what is submitted tomorrow for council's approval. Insist that all these funds be deployed in the daylight with approval of all expenditures remaining with council. We must not permit these funds that our government has allocated to our community for the pursuit of social and racial equity to be diverted for political purposes.
That part.
So, when she's right, she's right. And we've had our differences, and it's not personal, this is business. And until we get things brought to the light, I'm not supporting I'm not these resolutions, it's just not. She also went to speak about, and we spoke about at our last meeting, Councilman Piper asked for a plan with the trash. $2 million of the trash, I believe, in revenue loss. And we're still waiting. I believe he asked for, you mentioned it, what he asked for a plan for, I can't remember exactly what he asked for. Judy. Councilman Piper asked for.
He wanted a financial plan.
And he still has not, we have not received that. So, we keep asking for stuff and you don't get it. So, I don't know. I'm tired. And if you want us to pass our, do it right in the daylight and be transparent, and we'll pass it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 230343 and 230343.1 to finance. Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. We're going back to the amended resolution to amend 230343 to 230343.1. Mr. Mays is the only one who has spoken on this resolution, on this amendment. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? No, saying no discussion in the second round, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Although Nelson amended it, you know, 2 amendments were made. It kind of needs to go away. It needs to be redone over again, whether it's this one or a new one. But I think this one has reached its course for today. And I guess 3.1 was separated and 3.3 is separated. This is to amend 3.3 to 3.3.1. But I'm not going to be a part of it at this time. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to amend resolution 230343 to 230343.1. Ms. Carter?
No.
Burns?
No.
Michelle? Yes. Mr. May?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. The vote is 3 yes, 3 no? The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. So that takes us back to resolution 230343. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I would move to drop resolution 3230343. Not so.
There's a motion on the floor to drop resolution 230343. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to drop. There's 1 round of 3 minutes. Do we want any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mays.
I think it's best for us to start over from scratch. I'm gonna call this an omnibus resolution for 31 million. There's a lot to be desired. It's somebody else's plan and not the council's plan. And, it's a lot of money, 31 million. Now, I guess it could be done by amending it and changing it in different categories, but if the council is sincere about controlling the purse strings, we should just drop it and start over. I'll be voting yes to drop this particular one.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Sure. It's one round, excuse me. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, Madam, to drop 230343.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley? Yes. Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Yes. One no.
Divided vote is 5 yes, 1 no, that motion passed. Now on to resolution 230343.1. Is there a motion?
No, point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
That 343.1 did pass.
It didn't get amended. Oh, so it didn't add. Yeah, you're correct. Thank you very much. Okay, so that brings us down to our appointments. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you separated appointments. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to send all of the appointments, appointment 230346, 230347, 230348, 230349, 230350, 230351, 230352, 230353, 230354, 230355, 230356, 230357, and 230358. I would like to send all of these back to the Governmental Operations Committee.
Okay, there's a board. Okay. It's one round of 3 minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded to send all the appointments back to government ops. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, when I look at a couple of them, and I can specifically point them out to help certain colleagues understand. When I look at 230352, for one example, with the makeup of the folks here tonight, you know, I would try to make a motion to drop it, pass it, and make it fail. You know, with the makeup here tonight, when I look at 230352, I almost want to take action and make it fail. I want to separate it, but I ain't did it yet. And then the same way with 230356, the Lois Fletcher appointment to the International Airport Authority Bishop. The reason I say that is because look what happened in the local officers' compensation board with Mr. Fletcher says he want to get a mayor $25,000 raise and keep council the same. That means I don't think he understands the politics of the city of Flint and the finances. So rather than me jeopardizing wording to a deal Lewis and certified approving these later on down the road, I see a couple of I'd like to separate and then for the motion and make them fail because of the makeup. So I want to separate 230352 and I want to separate 230. What is that?
356.
36. 356. So separated, but I will support the motion. I'm just letting the rest of them to governmental operations.
So you are making a amended resolution to send all but 230352 and 230356 to
It
council.
could be amended to reflect that, yeah.
Okay, so we've got.
Well, we did two amendments. But that's the motion that the chair restated my motion, and I can go with that restatement. So that would be my first amended motion to send all of them to governmental operations except for 230352 and 230356. I want those to separate.
Okay, is there support? Is there support?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter supports that. That is 1 round of 3 minutes. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Seems like I heard my colleague say something about them maybe not being the only two separated. I'll listen to see. But right now, I see another one that I might put separated had I seen it. The appointment of is it Jeffrey Hawkins, the local officers compensation board. I'm concerned about that as well, but I'm not making that amendment right now. I'm not making that council. But right now, either what we hear with council, the makeup of what we have here gives an opportunity for me not to reward folks who are doing and saying certain things as it relates to this local government.
Is that all, Mr. Mays? Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go ahead,
Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Well, I would like to, I guess, make a amended motion to add a couple of the other appointments, to separate a couple of the other appointments.
Okay, what are those appointments?
Appointment, 230346.
346.
That is, Lynn Sorensen to the Planning Commission. And then appointment 230353. Appointment to the Ethics and Accountability Board for Frida Williams.
Okay, so, it's been moved to amend the amended motion to add 230346 and 230353. Is there support on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I support that.
Okay. 1 round of 3 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, real quick, when it comes to those separations, even though we separated them and highlighted them in special affairs, I think we're gonna have to take them to council and then dispose of them based upon the makeup here. So I don't wanna dispose of them in special affairs a certain way that they come back when the makeup is here. So as we get to those separations and discuss them, I'll support the motion to do the separations, but I think the ball game is gonna be when it hits the council. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? This is the vote to amend, the motion to add 230346 and 230353. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Shell.
No.
Ray?
Motion
So, some of these names I'm not really familiar with, right? I'm curious as to why, a couple of these names we are saying, that we do not want them appointed to these boards. I would love to hear the explanation as to why a couple of these names. It's really that simple for me, I was in agreement that we move them all back to government ops, simply so that we could, take a look at each of these names separately, but I'm hearing that some of these names, my colleagues do not want to be appointed to boards at all, and I just want to know why. They may have a valid reason that I can support, because like I said, some of these names I'm not readily familiar with. And so, if they would be interested in sharing why they opted for specific people, that would definitely help me knowing how, why I would vote a certain way moving forward. But I think they did, statewide on 230356. I heard the reasoning there. I think the other one, I know the separation for 230346, that failed, correct?
Yes.
And so did 23053, that one failed as well?
Yes.
Right, so then the other one is 230352. I would be interested in knowing why we are not interested in appointing that person to the Flint Housing Commission.
One request for information. If you asking me about 230352,
if you would like to answer, sure.
I don't mind answering. That's the person who initiated the recall of me. I've not been awarded this Dion's agreement with an appointment at this time. Clearly, it's my answer.
Amen.
That's me.
I understand, and then you said for 230356, through you, Madam Chair, too.
You want to know the answer to 356?
I think you said it, but I just want to make sure I did
Yeah,
not.
Louis Fletcher, they had a local officers compensation meeting. They raises the salaries of elected officials. He wanted to support a raise of $25,000 for the mayor from 125 to 150 and leave us at 20-something thousand. I don't think he understands that. So based upon his logic on that board, I'm not going to put him to the bishop airport.
And I know we see his name on a lot of boards and stuff.
Beg your pardon?
I said, I know we see that name on a lot of boards and different things too, so.
Say that again.
We see that particular name on a lot of different boards and
I
stuff.
guess he thinks he's running for it.
I don't know. Thank you for, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Ms. Ricardo.
And I can also say that 230352, Ms. Dion Freeman, I believe she was appointed to a board before, and it didn't work out. So, I mean, why appoint her to another board? So, yeah. And that was your appointment, Councilman Mays, right?
Well, Mr. Sorensen?
No, Dion.
No, yeah, I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Your first board appointment.
Oh, when I had appointed her to the public review board,
Yes,
the tax
things
board,
happen.
Chris Del Barone, and something didn't work out.
Right.
That's why I think she
It was some confusion.
recalled now, because I ain't been appointed again.
Right. So with that, I mean, we gotta be careful. So that would be my reason. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Of course. Seeing none? This is the vote. This is the vote to amend, to send out resolution 230352 and 230356 to government ops. Roll call.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What
This
is
is the amendment to separate.
Yes, you're right. It is the
And
amendment.
then we'll get to the government
230-352 and 230-356 from the motion to send to government ops. Vote, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley? No. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Yes.
What? Chemist. Going that door or something.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, that motion passes. This is the discussion to send all the appointments to government ops except for the amended motion, except for 230352 and 230356. I don't have any, Madam Clerk, do you have any discussion on this? I think I just had the amended motion, and that was it. Any other discussion? And that amended motion was made by Mr. May, so he spoke already on that. Okay, any other discussion?
Chair, I don't know if it's proper, but I have some.
No, you only had 1 round of 3 minutes on this
I'm
motion.
going to send it to government.
Right. Right, any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send all the appointments except for 230352 and 230356 to council.
To council.
To government ops, thank you. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Those will be sent to government ops. So we have appointment number 230352. Do I have a motion?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I move 230352 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 230352 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved properly seconded to send to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Yes.
Madam Chair.
I heard Mrs. Schott.
Yeah, it was just,
Now, sometimes I'll get you.
it's fine.
Go ahead.
So with appointment 230352, and I appreciate my colleague's honesty, that because she's recalling him, he does not want her appointed to something. And while I'm sure if anybody else were in that position, they would probably feel the exact same way, but we don't want to set a precedent where we tell residents, if you recall us and you want to be a part of the process, it can't happen because you called us. It seems retaliatory, right? And again, I cannot speak to anyone's motives. But my colleague himself said he had no issue with saying why, that he felt like her behavior was something he did not agree with, therefore he would not be rewarded. And I did, however, hear my colleague in the fifth when she said that this person may or may not have been appointed to a board before, and it might not have worked out. I'm not quite sure what happened there. If that was the sole reason, I can understand. But I don't want us to send a message to residents that if you do something we don't like, we will punish you. But Ms. Winfrey Carter's explanation of she was on a board and it didn't work out, and so now she's weird putting her on another board, that is, for me, a better argument. But the whole, because you're recalling me, I don't like it, and so you can't be on a board, I don't think that's fair to residents.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want Ms. Mashat to hear everything. Don't pick out part of it. If you had listened close, you would have heard, yeah, I'm not going to reward her for trying to recall me and make me spend money and be in an election. That's my political choice. This is a political appointment. Plus, you bash her character or deal with the things that I know. At this point, I'll say that much. I wouldn't reappoint her. She's disgruntled. Who brought her on the agenda for this appointment at this time? I don't know if they know what I know or what they doing. So you vote how you want, and I'm gonna vote how I want, and ain't afraid to state the reasons on the record. So you do your politics and your appointment like you want. You might be one of the ones egging her on to recall.
No, sir.
Well, I done seen council people sitting in here talking with her for a long time. But the point is, something ain't gonna happen today. And whether it happens tomorrow or the next day is a different day. But you vote for who you want to politically, because we're in a political arena. And I'm gonna vote for who I want to politically. And when the one that's recalling you come before me, I'll remember to vote for her or him. Here you gonna be in the middle of the election and you call yourself getting me told about the political decisions that I make publicly. You don't wanna vote for her because she's recalled her. I might not vote for her because she's a Republican and I'm a Democrat. Don't matter if they have a desire to serve. They might be non-union and I'm strong UAW. That's my political choice. Here you call yourself chastising because of a political appointment. You vote your politics and I'm gonna vote mine.
Right.
They might be non-union, I might vote union. They might be Republican, I might be Democrat. They might be anti-maize, I might be pro-maize. How ridiculous are you when it comes to my political appointment? Say, that's my friend, I know her, I want to vote for her, if that's what's happening. You just talk about your reasons for what makes you want to vote so bad. If your reason is that she has an ambition and want to serve, then vote for her. Don't try to down me because I don't want to vote for her because she out there with petitions trying to recall me and make me spend money. Oh, I'm going to spend it. And if I win, if she get the signatures, I'm going to come back and talk some more about you.
How about that?
Because you got the wrong one. You play in the 7th ward with your politics, and I'm going to play in the 1st ward with mine. You can feel the same way about Lois Fletcher. Oh, he wanted to get a mayor raise and keep us at 20,000, and so Mays don't want to vote for him. That's my choice. I can tell from the first 2-3 months here, your political philosophy is way different from mine. What then keep talking about? Keep talking about it. 'Cause remember, when you talk, I talk just as much or more. No, I'm not going to vote for her this time. She was raising hell on that public review board. I'm getting calls from HR, certain folks I don't want to name. And I was like, what? Now here I'm looking at her dealing with a recall. And you don't even want me to tell you what me and her mama had to try to work out for her. You don't know what I know.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Here's my thought. You know, I had a conversation with the mayor probably 5 months ago, if not longer, on my recommendation for who I suggest for the Flint Housing Commission. And his name was Patrick Jr. And the reason why I thought he would be a good fit because he used to be know the ins and outs. He also worked on the Park Common Choice Neighborhood, implementation grant. He, to me, seemed like a good fit for the Flint Housing Commission, because when you going to appoint somebody on the Flint Housing Commission, you want to try to appoint somebody that got some kind of knowledge with the Flint Housing Board. And I know he probably don't want me to have put his name out or even put him in the middle, but he was just one of my recommendations, and that is not my call who the mayor wants to appoint on the Flint Housing Commission. But I mean, and I'm not saying Dion don't have the experience dealing with Flint Housing Commission, but why not fit people in appointments that has some kind of experience dealing with, therefore they ain't gotta be on the job training. And I know with me being on the MTA board, it took me a while to get up on speed on how the MTA board functions. So I see why some people be reappointed. That's why I didn't have a problem with some of these reappointments that they have on some of the boards, because sometimes it's just good to reappoint someone in that position that's already been there, because they're more familiar with how it functions versus just taking someone off and putting somebody else on it, and now they got on-the-job training. I'm just not comfortable with what I'm seeing when it comes down to the appointments on the Flint Housing Commission board. Nothing against the people that is being appointed, but I think we are moving in a different direction to where we appoint people it's going to take them a long time to get up to speed, when you got other people that was willing to be appointed on a board that they're familiar with, that we're not going down that direction. I'm sure my colleague in the 5th Ward don't want me to be trying to pull her appointment off of the Ethics and Accountability Board to try to move them on the Flint Housing Commission board, because they may be doing a good job on that. But I'm just saying that was the person who I had recommended for the Flint Housing Commission. So I will be abstaining from this vote for the Flint Housing Commission, because I'm concerned that we are appointing people on boards. I'm not sure what the reason is, but I'm gonna just abstain from this one.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Councilman Murphy. You know, when I look at this appointment and I see what's happening, and you may not know the history of what happened on the other board.
I was on the board.
Oh, so you know.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, but even thinking about that, but thinking about too what's going on. Let's be real. There's certain people, they walk off of this council. Okay? This is none other than, okay, if you do this, I'll do this for you. Okay? I'm just being real. I'm just calling it like I see it. A spade a spade. Okay? You get rid of Councilman Mays in a recall, then I'll put you on the board.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay? She disappeared for like a couple of years, more than 2-3 years, after, after she got released from the other board. Then she shows back up. You were real nice with your explanation. I appreciate that, but I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real about it. And this is none other than promises being made. That's what this is. Thank you, Matt. And some other people on this
depth because they know some of the personal issues. I appreciate this saying, you know, I cannot support this with a good reason and good reason. My reason is not even for Councilman Mays because it stops. I understand his reason, but my reason for not supporting this because I saw her in a meeting 2 weeks ago. It was terrible. She went to a meeting, she was recording it. They asked her to not record. She put it on, she would take the meeting down after she Facebooked it live. Then she became combative with the people and the elders in the room. I will not put anybody on the board. You can't go to a regular meeting as a participant, but you participated if you're put on the board. I will not support that because I don't think that, in my opinion, watching her, it was with great difficulty the number of people she became combative with. And it wasn't just one, it was every, about, I have to count, I might have to borrow some hands. So I would not, with knowing also with Christelle Maroney, and Christelle Maroney, may he rest in heaven, worked on many boards for him to say he could not work with her. That's very serious. So we shouldn't be inviting problems just because I know you. I don't believe in that. I mean, some things we have to quit saying, I'm gonna gift you this just because it really affects how our boards function and to the capability if they can even do their job. I am not going to support this. Now, I appreciate my colleagues for not going into depth because there are some serious issues. In that last meeting, I was not, and I didn't have interaction. She had interactions with several people and several pastors. And her rudeness, it lacked, we may lack decorum, but that was a calm meeting in there. It was. So I can't support her. I believe in her activism that she does. She does activism in our community. I think she's been put up to do certain things to get rid of Councilman Mays. I believe she's pushed to do that. But my reasoning is because you don't keep putting people on board knowingly that they cannot work well with others. That doesn't make sense to do that. I will not be supporting her on this. I won't. I will not. And I would hope that when we send people for boards, that we need to be careful for whom we send. And they need to be careful because one thing about Flint politics, people get raked over the coals. They will bring up all your stuff and talk about you and drag you. And I think that my colleagues were very gracious with leaving some things out. I will be voting no to support her for this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? And second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Let me try to wrap this up the best I can. You know, I made a motion to move to the council, and I'm looking at the makeup of this council. I heard Mr. Murphy say he would abstain. I'm gonna see if Candace Michelle can briefly vote to move to the council. I hope they do move to council, so I can knock it down. See, what happens here is special affairs don't mean that. But if y'all wanna go to bat for her, y'all better not send it to council. But let it go to council, then I'm gonna make a motion to approve it and knock it down. What we doing here in special affairs is letting me know something. But let it get heavier. Ms. Burns, I'm gonna speak more specific. I'm not gonna let that move around out here and leave it vague. I'm just trying to be nice to folks who ain't no real politician moving around in the political arena. what the mayor does. But when it gets down and dirty, just like that little guy who was messing with them kids that were running around with the mayor who went back to the penitentiary, it's gonna get down and dirty on some of these appointments. Cause y'all don't know what I know. But I'm trying to be nice to regular citizens, cause they wanna be in politics. But those who ain't nice to me, what do I say? When they go low, we get like low winners. So I'm gonna be watching this vote. Ain't but 5 of us left. I'm gonna be voting yes to move to the council, so I can knock it down. Now, Priestley, who was sitting there talking with him for a while, ain't known her probably as long as I have the other meeting. We up there taking care of business. She back there with the Miss Machette, mad because I'm being polite and won't get down and dirty. Oh,